So good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2024 annual meeting of the Federation of Vermont Lakes and Ponds. Before we get started, just a couple of logistics. I'm Pat Swazi. I'm the president of the Federation. And so a few logistics. We are recording this meeting and it will be posted on our website. We'd love to know who's here, so if you want to take a minute and say hi in the chat and just say your name and what lake you're from, that would be great. It's always nice to know what lakes people are coming in from. We'll ask you to generally stay muted during the meeting. You'll have to unmute for those of you who are voting members during the roll call votes, and of course, if you get called on to ask a question. We do ask you during the speakers, if you can put questions and comments in the chat. We have people monitoring the chat. So we'll take questions from there. And then if there's time, we can take some oral questions a little bit later. So I think that's it for logistics. And we are going to begin with the Federation's membership business meeting. So I'm going to call the business meeting to order right now, and I'm going to welcome everybody again, and I'm going to start off with doing a little review of highlights of the year, and let me just say, it's been a busy year. So I've made a bunch of notes, and I want to go through because a lot of things have happened this year, and I want to let you know about them. So top of my list is some legislative information. As you know, we do quite a bit of advocacy for lakes with the state legislature and with state staff. So the first one is the passage of a bill S-213. This was an act relating to the regulation of wetlands, river corridor development, and dam safety. And it is now called, because it was passed, it's now called Act 121. Now, the thing for us, the really big thing in this act that's related to lakes is that it included a prohibition on the use of unencased polystyrene in Vermont's waters, and also prohibition on beaded polystyrene. That's styrofoam. Federation has been supporting this legislation since it was introduced a few years ago as a separate bill, and it didn't get anywhere. This year, the Senate Natural Resources Committee was able to include it in this larger bill, which eventually passed. And we did testify at the committee hearing on this. We've testified a few times on this, and we're thrilled it's passed. I'll just say we were surprised a few years ago to learn Vermont didn't already have a law against using styrofoam in the state's waters. As you know, it's a petroleum-based product. It beads up, becomes forever plastics in our water. So if you know of anyone on your lakes that is still using unencased styrofoam as for floating their docks or floats or whatever, you might let them know that it has to be phased out. So there is a phase out clause in this, but they should be aware that that's going to have to be gone at some point. We also continue to work on making a statutory change, the statutory change that's necessary for the reclassification of our most pristine lakes, as I've talked about at a few other annual meetings over the last few years. Once again, we provided testimony on this issue to the Senate Natural Resources Committee. However, the House, the Natural Resources Committee on the Senate side passed this, but the House Environment Committee, again, did not take it up. So we'll be continuing to work on this issue this year. We remain hopeful, maybe, I think this is the fourth year maybe, that we're going to be working on this, hoping that maybe we can finally make this happen. As most of you probably already know, the wake boat rule, the new one, was finally approved this year. And just a shout out to all of those folks who worked so hard to get that rule in place, the Responsible Wakes people, and many other folks who testified over these last few years on this issue. We also testified at the Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules in support of approving the rule and getting its immediate implementation. So it did go into effect this summer. Act 57 was passed in the spring of 2023. This established the Aquatic Nuisance Control Study Committee, the Act 57 Study Committee. And this committee was looking at the process for permitting and use of aquatic herbicides. It had a longer name than that, but that's basically what they were doing. And the committee met through the fall of 2023, last fall, and several members of the FOVLOC board, along with a number of representatives from other lake associations, attended pretty much all of the meetings. And we were able to speak at nearly every meeting during the public comment period. In addition, the Federation submitted a lengthy white paper to this committee explaining in detail the problem of aquatic invasives in our lakes, the work of all of the volunteer lake associations in trying to stop the spread, and the complexity of the permitting process. And that paper is available on our website. And a shout out to Dave Johnson, Jeremy Jones, and a number of other members of lake associations who worked on that. It was a terrific pulling together a lot of information. So very, very helpful to take a look at that. Also, the minutes of the Act 57 Study Committee itself are available on the DEC website. If you just Google Vermont Act 57, you would find those. And there's videos too, so, of our comments. Also in the legislative area, the legislative committee continued to track bills. And this year, they revised the tracking system that we use on the FOVLOC website. It's an attempt to make the system a little bit more focused. So we try to keep, the bills that we are tracking focused on lake issues, and we hope easier to follow. And many thanks to Lisa and Jeremy of our board for leading that effort. Once the legislative session starts again in January, please take a look at the website as we start to post the bills. Let us know if this is helpful, if you want more information, whatever. We always appreciate your feedback on these kinds of things. Also last January, FOVLOC spent a day at the legislature in the card room, meeting legislators and talking about the work of the Federation and of our lake associations. We'll be doing that again this January. That'll be January 10th. And we welcome other members, lake association members, to come spend some time, meet legislators, talk about what you're doing, what the issues are for the lakes, and so forth. So that's January 10th in the card room at the state capitol. And if you're interested, you can always drop me an email and we'll get you lined up to participate in that. So yes, there was a lot going on. So that's just the legislative side. We've had a number of events. The events committee, thanks to Jackie Sprague's leadership, has been extremely busy. This year, we held another successful lake seminar in June on flooding impacts on our lakes. And looks like we're going to have to take up that topic again because that happened just before this year's flooding events. So we'll be looking at that yet again. We also had a number of shorter webinars during the year, including on the wake boat rule, watershed action plans, and we also had one focused on how FOVLOC can better serve our members. We're looking forward to having many additional short webinars this year. And again, we welcome your ideas. If you have some thoughts on topics you would like us to tackle in webinars, do send us a message. Membership committee, led by Jerry Bergdahl, has been also very busy this year. They've been focusing on reaching out to lake associations around the state and increasing our communication with those associations and building our membership, of course. We've also created informal discussion groups for lake associations focused on particular areas of interest. We have one right now going on for associations with aquatic herbicide permits or who are applying for aquatic herbicide permits. And this is mainly because it's a very complex process and fraught, as many of you know. So this is very informal, but we get together once a month, provide support and information on navigating the complexity of the process. We also have another one, again, a very informal discussion group for the 30 lakes that currently allow wake sports under the new rule. And again, it's to share information, to discuss what's coming up, particularly because this is so new. So we've been really learning from each other about what's going on, what lakes are seeing activity, have there been problems, and starting to think about questions around the nuances of the new rule. If there are topics that members are interested in seeing these kinds of informal discussion groups happen, let us know. We can help facilitate that. We also have the ability on our website to create online forums on different topics. And if people are interested in that, you can send us a message with some ideas. And we'd also be interested if there are volunteers who would like to moderate on an online forum. So, drop us a note and we can talk about setting that up. We haven't set it up yet. We've also been making some presentations around the state. I presented at Lake Eden in June, and Dave Johnson of our board and I also presented just a few weeks ago in August at the Charlotte Public Library, and that one was part of a Libraries Love Lakes event at the library. We also, a number of our board members have presented at their lake associations, at their annual meetings and various select boards. We're happy to come around if you'd like us to come and do a presentation in your area for your lake association at your local library, whatever, again, give us a call or send us a message. More activities. We had a number of commentaries published this year in VT Digger and various news outlets. Among the topics we covered were what volunteer lake associations do and how to support them, the threat of Eurasian water milfoil, the need to make that statutory change on lake reclassification. We'll hopefully be doing more of those in the coming year. Okay, still more things to talk about, just a few. We received, I'm happy to announce that we received a Clean Water Workforce Capacity Grant this summer. And this grant, we're very excited about this, has allowed us for the very first time to hire a part-time staff person. And we have hired her, and she has started last week. Her name is Deborah Muccio, and Deborah's here. You raise your hand, Deborah. Excuse me. Deborah's going to be working in a variety of areas to support our member lake associations as they end their work on clean water projects and getting us organized. And it's been great to have Deborah on board, and we're really excited to move forward with our very, very first paid staff person for the Federation. So Deborah's working part-time, but you will be hearing from her and seeing her, I hope, over the next month. So welcome, Deborah. Finally, in a little while at this meeting, you'll be voting on officers and directors for the board. But I want to mention that we do have a board member stepping down, and that's Jack Widnes, who's completed his terms on the board, and he'll be stepping down at the end of this meeting to take up a new leadership role with Trout Unlimited, and along with all the other many things that he does. And I just want to give Jack a little shout out and thank him for his amazing work for FOVLAP. It's been great, and for his dedication, as you all know, great dedication to protecting Vermont's lakes and ponds. So thank you, Jack. We're going to miss your voice on the board, but I know we'll still be in touch on many of these lake issues. So, and good luck with the amazing work you're going to continue to do. And finally, I'm going to use the word amazing again. Excuse me. I want to thank the amazing FOVLAP board and auxiliary board. We've done a lot this year. It's been really busy. And I just have to say, this is a true team effort. This is a wonderful, wonderful group and truly dedicated and passionate group to work with. I can't imagine, I can't imagine a better group of people to work with. It's just been great. So I tell you, if you're thinking of wanting a wonderful, interesting group of people to work with, consider joining the FOVLAP board. So with that, that is the highlights of the year. There's a number of board members present. If I've missed anything, if anybody want to chime in, I feel like we did so much. I was trying to think of all the many things that have happened this year. Okay, any questions? Anybody have any questions or anything to add? Okay, Jackie, anything is there anything in the chat or anybody want to ask anything? Okay. But we'll have plenty of time for discussion later on too.
I'm not sure how to raise my hand on.
Okay. Okay, go
I have
ahead.
a question in the chat, which is, does the white paper on Act 57 include some information with sources on the pros and cons of the use of herbicides to control aquatic invasive plants?
Yeah, there's a lengthy bibliography, right, Dave? I'll ask Dave Johnson to. Are you there, Dave?
Yes, but I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, I think we have quite a bit of information in it.
I think Jeremy was the one who helped with that, right?
Yeah, and Jeremy.
Yeah. I think it has some info. I think it has some bibliographic information. Yes.
Yep. Yep.
I can put the link for the Act 57 Study Committee report, which may be what the gentleman was asking about in the chat, and also the separate white paper that FOVLAP created. I can put those links in the chat and you can see those.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Any other questions? Okay, so we're going to move on to the business meeting. And Dave Johnson, you're up first with the financial report.
Okay. So let me share. All right. So we have a slightly different format because we recently switched from Quicken Desktop to QuickBooks Online, and I've chosen a couple of automatic reports from that software to show today. This shows our bank assets. We have a checking account and a money market account, and you can see we have total assets of around 28,000. And then I also want to show our activity year to date, and that is here. And you can see on the top here our sources of revenue, and to date we have around $7,000 consisting of membership fees. We get a grant from Vermont DEC to cover events like this, and also scholarship that we offer. And then at the bottom, you'll see our expenditures to date for this year. And there's quite a lot of insurance expense. This is the scholarship that we offered. And we have various office expenses, including a significant amount of software for our website, and also now for this new accounting software. With that, I guess open it to questions if there are any.
Let's see, any hands up? If you can use the raised hand item. If you have any questions, anybody have any questions? So, Dave, you might mention why the switch to QuickBooks?
Yes, so with part of our the grant that we received in order to hire a part-time employee, requires complex payroll aspects that we get with QuickBooks Online with a payroll edition. And so that was part of our grant application, and so we purchased that software and we're using that now.
Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you, Dave. That is the financial report for the year. And then Dave, you were going to talk about the voting method, since I think that was our next
Yes,
item.
Okay, I can do that. So many of you have gotten emails from me asking for the voting members for your associations. And so I have created this PowerPoint slide, which I hope you can see now, which records, to the best of my knowledge, the voting members. Some of these names had last minute changes and I wasn't able to keep up with all of them. But in any case, I'm going to be, in the voting process, what I'll be doing is showing this slide and listing each of the lakes and asking for a vote from those lakes. And if there's someone present who will make that vote, then I will put an X in this column. And so if we have multiple votes, I'll know who's here and who's not here. So that is the process that we're going to follow for the roll call. There's a second slide that I have here. These are Lake Association members that did not report to me a voting member. But if there is someone from these associations representing that association, in this initial roll call, I will show this as well. And you can let me know if you have a voting member that we should include in the roll call.
Okay. So the first item will be the approval. Okay, so we've got some corrections in the chat. Jackie, do you want to read those out so Dave can record them? Jackie, you need to unmute. There you go.
The one thing that we have on there is, can we correct the spreadsheet from Eric and Francine Chittenden from Friends of Waterbury Lake? And I'm not sure what that means.
Francine, are you
Yeah.
there?
No,
And
I
you-
just noticed that it said our name was associated with the Franklin watershed, but we're with the Waterbury Reservoir, so it was the wrong lake.
Oh,
Oh,
gotcha.
thank you.
Yeah, I see that.
And Bruce Tanner will vote for Westmore Association. That's the
Okay.
other, no.
Okay. Did you
So
get that, Dave?
okay.
Okay.
Let's see.
So Francine Chittenden is with Friends of Waterbury Reservoir, not with Franklin Watershed Committee.
Hold on, let me get Bruce's in there first.
Okay.
Okay,
there
I
any-
have Bruce down,
Okay.
and then the other one was Friends of Water.
Yep.
It's the Chittendens and they're on the Friends of Waterbury Reservoir.
Not, but you've got them
Okay.
also listed for Franklin Watershed, which they're not. Okay.
Okay, so I see the Franklin watershed one, so this goes away. Okay, I think I'm good.
Okay.
I
Thanks,
made those
Dave.
corrections.
One more note is Elizabeth mentioned she didn't see Lake Bomazene Association on the list.
Okay, let me check that.
And then
I
Lisa
saw it.
said it is there. So,
Yeah, it's there.
okay, all right.
Yes, was somebody speaking? Go ahead.
I don't know what it was.
Any other corrections? Is there anyone here from some of those lakes that were not listed that did not have a person besides Westmore? Is anybody here from Echo Lake Protective Association that'll be representing them?
I thought our president was going to be here, but I'm willing to do it.
And that is Holly?
Holly? Mhm.
Okay. Um,
That was Westmore Association.
no, that's Echo Lake Protective Association.
Okay, and who's the representative?
Holly Bull.
Okay,
Um,
got it.
is anyone here from Franklin Watershed Committee? No? Okay. Burr Pond?
I'm here, but I didn't get permission to act for the association.
Okay. Okay, that's Sherry from Burr Pond. But, okay. So you're not gonna vote on them. Anyone else from any of the other ones without representation or not listed? Fairfield Pond, Joe's Pond, Barnard Silver Lake, Lake Beebe, Lake Rescue, Salem, Tickle Naked, Tinmouth, Woodbury, or Woodford? Nobody? Okay.
Is
Alright.
there anyone from Lake Bomoseen Environmental Alliance here that is a voting member?
Yes, thanks. It's Melinda Quinn. I was gonna raise my hand, but I just wanted to let you work through all that. So,
Okay.
yeah, we're a new member and I wasn't sure, where we would stand on the voting part, so.
Well, if you think, if as a member of the association, you've been designated a voting member, then you can vote.
You're it?
Okay, we're good.
Okay. And that's Lake Bomoseen Environment, say it again. if you would.
Environmental Alliance.
Alliance, okay. Okay. Okay,
And when does
Okay.
when will that voting take place?
the next few minutes, as
Okay,
soon as we
great.
get this organized, yeah, Kelly,
Okay.
Kelly,
oh, okay.
yeah, Kelly Stedman.
Yeah, I just put in the chat that Lake Rescue Association is within my district. It's within the basin, but I don't have
Okay.
voting permission. I could probably reach out to one of their members right now and see if they
Okay.
can log in. Just make sure somebody could be here.
Okay, sure,
I'll
that'd be
do that
great.
quickly.
Yeah, and just have them let us know if they're, once they're on.
Okay.
Okay, did we miss anybody else is here from a lake that either doesn't have one, or we need to make a change? Dave, you're good? You've got everybody now? And,
Yeah.
and Kelly will let us know if someone from Lake Rescue gets on. Okay. So the first thing we've got to do is approve the minutes from last year's annual meeting. So Jerry's going to share her screen with those minutes. They were sent out with the warning for the meeting. And the first thing I will need is a motion to approve the minutes. So if you could use the raised hand, because I can't see everybody just now. So if you can use the raised hand thing so Stu Arnold is offering the motion to approve. Can I have a second on that? I can't see anybody. Bob Boyes from Lake Raponda seconds. Thank you. All right, so here's the minutes from last year's annual meeting. Do we have discussion? Corrections? Okay, thanks, Kelly. Questions about the minutes? Does anybody remember the minutes? Remember the meeting from last year? I know it feels like ages ago, and yet I do see Jack Witness's name misspelled. Just under where it says FAVLAP held a number of educational events, and then just below that, if you could just correct the spelling of his name. should be D, not G.
Second line in that same paragraph, HEL is underlined in red. I think that means P, HELP.
We could use your help somewhere. Oh,
Yes.
yeah. Yep. Okay. Any other corrections? Anybody see anything they want to correct?
I'll hurry through bylaws.
Okay. Those are all the bylaws changes that were voted in last year. Okay. Okay. Any other corrections or changes? Okay, so we ready to vote? So Dave,
Okay,
we have to do these votes by roll call. Okay, so there's 2 raised hands. Sorry. I can't see everybody. Bob, did you have a comment? Okay. So we have to do the vote by roll call. So Dave's going to call the roll.
okay, Averill Lakes,
Yes, I'm here. I vote yes. Yeah,
Yes. Okay.
Black River Action,
Kelly?
I vote yes.
Echo Lake Properties Association,
Yes.
Friends of Northern Lake Champlain,
Yes.
Friends of Waterbury Reservoir,
Yes.
Greensboro Association,
Yes.
Halls Lake Association,
Yes.
Lake Bombacene Association,
Yes.
Lake Bombacene Preservation Trust, Lake Carmi Campers Association, Lake Dunmore Fern Lake Association, yes. Lake Eden Association,
Not here. Okay.
Lake Elmore Association,
Yes.
Lake Fairley Association,
Yes.
Lake Groton Association,
Not here. Okay.
Lake Harvey Association,
Yes.
Lake Hortonia Property Owners Association, Lake Iroquois Association,
Yes.
Lake Maury Protective Association,
Yes.
Lake Parker Association,
Yeah.
Lake Raponda Association,
Yes.
Lake St. Catherine Association,
Yes.
Lake St. Catherine Conservation Fund,
Yes.
Memphremagog Watershed Association,
Yes.
Miles Pond Campers Association, Mount Holly Conservation Trust, Partners for Bay Restoration Association,
Yes.
Peach and Pond Association,
Yes. Yes.
Seymour Lake Association,
This is
Shadow Lake Association,
Wait, Seymour Lake?
Seymour. I'm
Tracy had to bring her husband to the doctor. I am voting in her place and I vote
Okay.
yes.
Okay, thanks, Peggy.
Okay. Shadow Lake Association,
Yes.
South Pond Landowners Association.
Yes, but I did the minutes, so it's kind of a conflict of interest.
Okay. Well, I'll put you down here with a red mark. Sunrise Sunset Lakes Perch Pond Association.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I speak? I'm from Star Lake.
Yes.
I just unmuted and I wanted to vote yes for the Star Lake Conservation Trust. Sorry
Okay.
about that.
Are you an active member?
I'm actually the Conservation Commission.
Yeah, so that's the Mount Holly Conservation Trust.
Oh,
correct?
okay.
Right.
Oh, okay.
They asked
Okay.
me to attend.
Okay. Oh,
Got
okay.
it. Thank you.
Thank you. I
Okay.
can't get my video up for some reason.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm here.
great.
All
We've
right.
got you. Great, we've got you.
Continuing on, Echo Lake Protective Association,
Yes.
Woodbury Lake Association.
Westmore?
I'm
It's Westmore.
I'm
Bruce is
sorry.
Westmore.
I
Yes.
put it in the wrong place. All right. And Lake Bombasine Environmental Alliance.
Sorry,
Ellen.
yes, we're voting
Thank
yes.
you. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. All approved. Thank you. Thanks, Dave. Okay,
Did
so,
we, sorry,
Mhm.
did we get someone from Lake Rescue Association? I know Kelly was gonna reach out. Kelly, did you hear back from anybody?
Not yet. I did
Okay.
send email to like 8 board members and also posted on their website.
okay.
Nothing yet.
All
Okay,
right, thank you.
thanks, Kelly.
Sure.
Okay, so next up, I'm going to turn it over to Roger Kraus. We're going to talk about, who's going to explain the bylaws changes that are being recommended. And these are being recommended by the board. So Roger, I can share my screen. I think I have them.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, I can do that while you start talking. Go ahead.
Yep. The proposed changes were sent out with the a notice of this meeting, so you should have that already. I'll just make some brief comments about them. What's displayed right now is how the articles currently read. And if you scroll down, Pat, to the next page, it just talks to the actual changes themselves. The first two changes are Article 5. The first one with respect to officers, and that's to modify it to cap an officer's time on the board, combining both officer and director time to a total of 9 years. And then there's a new paragraph 7. We have information in the bylaws about a director position becoming vacant for whatever reason, death or illness or whatever. But there's nothing in the bylaws about an officer position becoming vacant. So we've added that. And what that does is allow the remaining officers and directors on the board to elect someone to fill that position temporarily until the next annual meeting. And then at the next annual meeting, everybody that's authorized to vote may vote on a person to fill it permanently for the remainder of the unexpired term. So that's what that is. And then in Article 6, paragraph 1 allows us to change the number of members on the board from, and this is directors, not officers, officers of 4, that's no change. But the number of directors is going to be varied from 9 to 15. Currently it stands at 9. And we want to have flexibility, so we modified it to read not less than 9 and not more than 15. And then paragraph 2, it just slightly modifies it so that the terms are staggered so that we don't lose all of the board members at the same time. And then secondly, it states that any director has served a total of 9 consecutive years must step off for at least 1 year. So that gives others the opportunity to get on the board, and it allows the association, the federation, to not find somebody sitting on the board forever, which is exactly how it's read by a couple of folks. So those are the 4 changes. So what I'd like to do is just make a motion that we accept all 4 as noted in this document.
Okay.
And turn it over to you, Pat, for a second on discussion.
Okay, thank you. Would someone like to second that motion to vote on all 4 at once?
I do, Jan Parsons.
Okay, thank you, Jan. Jan Parsons seconds. Okay, questions, comments, concerns? Anyone has any? If you can raise your hand, or speak up if I don't see you. Any concerns? They're fairly minor changes. It's mostly for clarification, I think.
Right.
Anything? No? Nothing from anybody? Okay. In that case, I think we're ready to vote. So another roll call. Okay, Dave, you're on for the roll call.
So I'll ask Roger, is it permissible for us to simply say that if anyone with an X next to them wants to vote no, they can do so, or do we have to really go through all of these?
I think it's okay to just ask for no's.
Okay.
Okay. So
All right.
why don't we do that then?
Yeah.
If anyone representing their lake association who's present does not want, votes no on this motion, please let us know.
Okay, either raise your hand or speak out, unmute yourself and say no. Does anybody object to the bylaws changes? I'm not hearing anything. I'll give you another few seconds to raise your hand or say no. Anyone object? Great. Not seeing any hands up. Okay. Hearing no objections, the motion is passed. And the
Thank you very
bylaws
much.
will be changed. Thank you. Thank you, Roger.
Yep.
As always, great work on this. It's, as I always say, it's not the sexiest work, but it's really important work for the association. Okay, so we are coming to the end of our business, and that is the election of, or re-election of officers and directors. So Jay, I can share the slate if you want to speak to that. And I will get the slate up for you.
Yeah.
I can find
Yes.
it.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jay White. I'm a current board member of Federation of Vermont Lakes and Ponds, and I also serve on the nomination committee.
Sorry, I thought I had it up.
For this year, once Pat puts that up there, you'll see we have 2 positions, 2 officers positions that need to be filled. And we have currently 4 director positions that need to be filled. We have nominees and candidates for both officers and 2 of the 4 directors. So what I thought we would do is we would go through those positions first and then do the roll call vote. And then I would go back and I'll address the 2 director positions that we haven't filled.
Okay, hang on a second. I will get those up, I promise. There it is. There we go. Okay, so there we go. Okay, Jay.
So for the office of president, as you see, we have Pat Swazi from Lake Iroquois for a 3-year term. The office of treasurer, we have Dave Johnson, Lake Dunmore, for a 3-year term. And then the directors, we have Dran Parsons from Harvey's Lake, a 3-year term. And then the other director, Beth Torpe from Lake Seymour, also a 3-year term. So those are the 4 candidates we have, which would then leave us 2 director positions that, like I said, I think I'll comment at after we do the roll call vote on these nominees, if that makes sense.
Sure. So you want to vote on all of these?
Yes.
Before you ask for,
Yep.
okay, okay.
Yep.
Does anybody want to nominate someone to contest any of these slots? We can take nominees.
Yeah.
From the floor. I don't hear any. Roger, do we need a motion, or is Jay's putting this forward adequate?
That's
Roger?
adequate. The list, I mean, they're there,
Mhm.
but you still need a vote. You don't need.
We don't need a
You
motion.
don't need a second either. You're all
Okay.
still-
Okay, all right, so hearing no nominations for these positions, can we do the same thing and ask if anybody objects? If anybody wishes to vote no?
Yes, so.
Okay. So for the candidates for these 4 positions that are currently up on the screen, does anybody wish to vote no? Then you can raise your hand or speak out. I see no objections. All right, hearing no objections, these people are re-elected, or in the case of Beth Torpy, elected to the board. Congratulations. Welcome, Beth. Congratulations, Jan and Dave.
Thank you.
Okay, yes. All right, so that is that part of the election. Go ahead, Dave, Jay, sorry.
Okay, well, what that does is we will currently have still 2 other director positions to fill. One of those will be a 1-year term, and one of those will be a 3-year term. And I noticed we have 61 participants on the call this morning. I guess what I would ask is individuals that are here today, if you know of someone that you feel that would may be interested in being part of FOBLOT, if you'd reach out to Pat or I. Most of the individuals that do get involved come from other lake associations. That seems to be the common thread with most of us. There is a thing that we put together so that we can explain to people what the commitment is, the meetings, the times. But it is as Pat said, a really nice group. And as a board member, I've certainly enjoyed my stay here. So I guess that's what I would simply do. In the old days, when we met personally, we would ask for if there was any nomination from the floor. I'm not sure what you'd call it when you're on Zoom. But,
we can can still take nominations from
Still take
from
nominations, right?
from the ether or whatever.
Whatever. So if anyone has anybody at this point, if you want to come forward and tell us, that would be great. There is a process that we would still go through so that the individual knows what they're getting involved with and the time commitment.
Roger?
And just on a comment that one of those 2 could also be a student, 9th grade vote.
Yes.
Yeah.
We could have a student as well. Does anybody wish to nominate someone immediately? You can nominate yourself.
Yeah.
If you prefer to think about it, we can do an interim appointment to the board. So, you don't have to wait till next year. You could express interest later today via email. Yeah. And then the board can appoint you under the bylaws. The board can appoint someone temporarily until the next annual meeting. So we would welcome people to step up. It'd be great to have you join. Like I said, it's a great group of people to work with, and I think we enjoy working with each other as well as working hard. Okay, I don't see anybody raising their hand immediately. I think when we met in person, as I remember some years ago, I think Stu Arnold actually worked the room and did some arm twisting in the moment. which is a little harder to do.
Yeah.
Pretty sure that's how I got on the board, but anyway,
Me
we can't quite
too.
do that. Yeah, so you can't quite do that, and it's harder to twist arms
Yes,
virtually.
Stu was very effective.
Thank you, Stu. Okay, well, really, I mean it. You know, we would welcome more people, and we do have more slots. So please express interest, and we're happy to if you just want to talk and find out about it, we're happy to have a chat and just tell you what we're up to. Okay, so we are now towards the end of our meeting. Welcome, Spencer, from Lake Rescue. We're just at the end of the voting, so you arrived in time for announcements and updates. Do we have any announcements from either board members or lake associations that you'd like to make at this moment? Anybody have any announcements, updates? Anybody from the board have anything? Any of the committees? I will remind everybody here that you may join a FOVLAP committee without being a board member. So if you are interested in doing some work with FOVLAP, but you're not ready to be, fully committed to be on the board, get in touch and we can talk about committee options. Some of the active committees would be legislative, events, the AIS water quality committee, all have a lot of things happening and could use volunteers. So do we have any other updates or announcements from anybody? Okay, so can I have a motion to adjourn the business meeting? Somebody want to make that motion?
So moved, Jan.
Thank you, Jan. And can I have
Seconded.
Okay, thank you. So any objections to adjourning? Okay, thank you, everybody. So the business meeting is now adjourned, and we are going to take a brief break, a 10-minute break, and then we will move on to our speakers for the morning. So let's take a brief break and be back here at 5 after 10. Okay, thank you, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. And we're now going to start our program on Vermont Shoreland Protection Act. And our first speaker is Kelly Merrill. And I'm pleased to have Kelly here with us. Kelly is an aquatic ecologist with the Vermont Department of Environmental Conservation. She's had the privilege of monitoring Vermont inland lakes for compliance with the Clean Water Act since 2001. For her Master of Science degree, she studied wild celery, the beautiful aquatic plant native to Vermont that's good at holding its ground against Eurasian water milfoil. Before moving to Vermont, she worked for the Environmental Protection Agency, monitoring estuaries from Maine to Virginia, and for an environmental consulting firm. She is currently the president of the North American Lake Management Society. Kelly lives in Danville with her husband and 2 dogs and enjoys sailing and wild ice skating on lakes in Vermont and Maine. Welcome, Kelly. Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you, Pat, for that introduction, and thank you all for your interest in helping to better steward Vermont's lakes. I really cannot overstate how fortunate Vermont's lakes and Vermonters are to have such an active and effective statewide organization like the Federation of Vermont Lakes and Ponds, advocating on behalf of Vermont's lakes and sharing important information about how we can all better steward them. I was definitely really impressed with the summary that Pat gave of all the work you guys have accomplished in the past year. And I just want to just congratulate you all and thank you for a really amazing job that you're doing. Being at the national level with the North American Lake Management Society, I can really appreciate just how fortunate Vermont is to have a group of dedicated people like you. So thank you very much. But now I'm going to give you the story of how the Shoreland Protection Act came to be from my perspective and memory. What I'm going to present today is my own recollection, and it doesn't represent any official history of events. So I apologize upfront for any inaccuracies. As the latest science has shown, memories are flawed and not true to the fact, That said, I'm excited to share with you my narrative of how it all came into being, and I hope the story will engage you enough to forgive any unintended distortions and motivate you to keep on working on behalf of Vermont Lakes, because in Vermont, we can make a difference. It's totally true. And I'm going to start my timer for a second, just so that I am sort of realizing how much I am droning on, and am able to cut it short if I need to. So I began working for Neil Kamen in the Lakes and Ponds Management and Protection section of the then Water Quality Division on April 10th of 2001. So those of you familiar with April in Vermont know this is an important index period for Vermont's lakes. It's when the lakes across the state are icing out. And in the, oh, so could you go to the next slide? Sorry. And the next one, sorry. I guess I'm going to have to get into the to the room. Thank you. So it was April, and lakes rising out, and Neil was like, okay, you got to go out and you got to sample, like 60 lakes across the state. And that's what I ended up doing, and had ended up doing that over every year since then, with hitting various numbers of lakes. But it's a good way to get to sort of really see sort of speed dating with lakes across Vermont, sort of get a sense of, what's going on those lakes. And so in the first couple of years that I was with the program, I got to, do a lot of the sampling both in the spring and in the summer. And one of the things that was I was noticing was that in the sort of my predecessor's sort of reports on lakes, there was a consistent concern about LTS, lawn to shore, and the amount of denuding of our shorelines that was happening. And so I talked to Ginny Garrison about that, who was our program manager or our section chief at the time. And she had been sampling lakes in Vermont since in the 1970s. And so she sort of shared with me that this was a chronic problem, and that there were many attempts over the years to address it. So next slide. And the next slide. So I remember this conversation. Oh, the one with Ginny, a picture of Ginny in it. So I remember a conversation I had with her that's really stuck with me. And because Ginny really knew Vermont's lakes, and she said to me one time, she said that this was the one way we had failed our lakes. And she shared with me the many attempts that had been made to advocate for the protection of vegetative buffers on our lake shores over her tenure. All had failed. And there were so many memos, so many presentations, and all to no avail. Next slide, please. Vermont had been a leader, though. 2 years before the passage of the United States Clean Water Act, the Vermont legislature had enacted zoning of shorelands law that required municipalities to adopt bylaws to zone shorelands on April 9, 1970. Vermont was the third state to enact such a law, behind the undisputed leaders in lake science and management, Wisconsin and Minnesota. In 1971, Maine modeled their mandatory shoreland zoning act after the Vermont legislature passed the one that they had passed in 1971. Maine further strengthened their law over time. Meanwhile, Vermont's law was passively repealed in 1975. Next slide. So fast forward to 2003, when a paper by scientists at the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources was published in Lake and Reservoir Management, entitled, "Is Littoral Habitat Affected by Residential Development and Land Use in the Watersheds of Wisconsin Lakes?" I studied this paper and became convinced that if we could quantitatively measure the impacts that unregulated development was having on the habitat and biological communities in the shallow nearshore environment of our lakes, called the littoral zone, that it might show this kind of development is violating Vermont's water quality standards. Even though there was a wealth of information in the scientific literature to support the passage of a Shoreland Protection Act, it hadn't worked in any of the efforts that Ginny Garrison recounted to me. So it was time to collect Vermont-specific data and show Vermonters what they were allowing to happen to our lakes. Next slide. So in 2005, the Vermont Lakes and Ponds program was called the Lakes and Ponds Management and Protection section. Jeannie Garrison was the section chief and supported my desire to focus more on protection, leaving the restoration efforts to Neil Kammen's capable hands. I was then put under Susan Warren, who worked closely with the lake associations like yourselves to do watershed surveys and find ways to better protect our lake. Next slide. Susan Warren started the Better Back Roads program, which is now housed in the Agency of Transportation and has been expanded to the Better Roads program, which is finding ways to minimize the negative impact roads have on our waters. Next slide. In 2005, Susan Warren gave me her temporary employee position, and she and Ginny supported my proposal to monitor littoral aquatic habitat and biota off of both the natural forested lakeshores and lakeshores developed with lawn to shore. A stroke of luck happened, and I was able to hire Dr. Leslie Matthews. Dr. Matthews was supremely overqualified for this 9-month temporary position. She saw the advertisement for the opportunity to snorkel in Vermont lakes and decided to make a career change and move to Vermont from Boston. She left her research position at the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute, the principal teaching affiliate of Harvard Medical School. Next slide. Leslie not only conducted the fieldwork, but also developed and maintained the database that made analyzing the data possible, which made all the difference in the long run. And next slide. We modeled our sampling on the Jennings et al. 2003 paper. Next slide. On each lake, we sampled reference sites. Next slide. These are some of the reference sites we sampled on large oligotrophic class of lakes. Next slide. And some more. And then next slide, we sampled unbuffered developed sites with similar exposure and slopes to the reference sites. Next slide. And these are some of the unbuffered developed sites that we had sampled off of. And next slide. And next slide. And next slide. And next slide. Sorry for this, guys. Shortly after, Dr. Matthews became a full-time employee of the Lakes and Ponds Management and Protection Section's Aquatic Invasive Species Program, but luck struck twice, and I was able to hire Dr. Eric Howe to replace her for the next 3 years on the project. Next slide, please. While we continued our study doing the snorkeling, we applied for and received a Vermont Fish and Wildlife Action Plan grant and a Northeast States Research Cooperative grant to hand digitize land use cover of the 600-meter buffer around 74 lakes in the northern forests of Vermont, because the pixel sizes were just too big and they were really overestimating or underestimating the amount of development that's really concentrated around our lake shores. Next slide. And in 2007, Vermont hosted the New England Association of Environmental Biologists Conference at Okemo. While researching potential plenary speakers who could speak specifically to the Clean Water Act, the Agency of Natural Resources legal counsel at the time recommended a professor from Vermont Law School, David Mears. I then got the opportunity to work with David as he shaped his plenary talk, which was titled Legal Opportunities, Pushing the Boundaries. I was also able to recruit him to host a table at the World Cafe where the table's topic was, what changes to the law, if any, do you believe are necessary to advance protection and restoration of aquatic resources? During those discussions at that table, we were able to talk about the importance of vegetative buffers to our waters, something David was very familiar with from his work in other states. Next slide. Around this time, Representative David Dean had introduced a buffer bill in the Vermont legislature that was modeled off of New Hampshire's law. It proposed setting all development back 50 feet from lakes and streams and protecting natural vegetation. While we would have liked to have seen a 100-foot buffer, we testified to the legislature with our Vermont-specific data in support of the bill, but the bill did not pass. And it was my understanding that there was a concern that river protection would stop at 50 feet, and any chance of getting comprehensive river corridor protections needed for our larger rivers in Vermont would be lost as a result. It was at this time that we started to think, maybe we might have a better shot at a law that focused solely on lakes and not also include streams and rivers like Maine and New Hampshire did. Next slide. In 2008, we were able to share the science about how development impacts lakes with the legislature in the card room. Now, the card room is a room at the legislature that is on the way to the cafeteria, and you can reserve it a year ahead of time to put up displays and talk with legislators on their way behind. And I'm really glad to hear that VovLab will be there this coming January 10th. The Lakes and Ponds Management and Protection Program will be there this coming January 21st. Next slide, please. So between 2008 and 2014, we did displays on the importance of vegetative buffers to lakes every year at the card room. Amy Peacock would criticize me because I was putting too much information out there and that we really needed to be doing much more simpler. I wish I had a picture of the very last one we did. It was just two pictures. One was got habitat, and was one with a house with a picture of a house with a buffer and a picture of a house without a buffer. The messaging really simplified over time. But I started with heavy graphics the very first year at the card room, overwhelming folks with those. And then next slide, please. And also that year, 2008, I presented our findings to our then Commissioner Pelosi with our division director, who is currently our division director, Pete LaFlamme. And using the results of, next slide, using the results of our mapping of the 74 lakes in the Northern Forests of Vermont, which was funded by the Northeast States Research Cooperative, we were able to emphasize how we still had time to save lakes under low stress and keep them from bumping into the moderate or high stress lakes due to unregulated development and clearing of our shorelines. So that's 2008. Next slide. In 2009, we reported our preliminary findings from our littoral habitat study that we started in 2005 in the 2009 issue of Lakeline, which showed that unregulated development was significantly impacting every habitat biological parameter that we measured. Next slide. And so we've gone to 40 lakes in 5 different lake classes, 8 lakes in each lake class, and within each lake, we looked at treatment and control sites. And basically, next slide, we found that across all 40 study lakes, the patterns were the same for these 9 littoral habitat parameters. When averaged over all study sites, each littoral habitat parameter measured at the reference site statistically significantly differed from the unbuffered developed site. We determined that these impacts were in fact in conflict with the Vermont water quality standards. Next slide. In 2009, Dr. Howe moved on to the Lake Champlain Basin program, but luck struck a third time, and I was able to hire the now Dr. Jeremy Deeds of Maine DEP. Next slide. In 2009, we decided it wasn't going to be enough to demonstrate that impact unregulated lakeshore development was having on our lakes. We needed to present evidence of a viable solution to it as well. So in 2009, we looked to sample developed sites in Vermont that met Maine's shoreland protection standards. Unfortunately, of the 48 best buffer developed sites we could find, only 1 met Maine's standards. Next slide. And these are some of the buffer developed sites we sampled on large oligotrophic lakes. Next slide. You'll notice that most of the structures are not set back 100 feet, but there were very good buffers between the structures, and they were the best examples we could find. Next slide. And next slide. We now had 3 sets of data to compare in Vermont: the reference undeveloped sites, the unbuffered developed sites, and sites that were buffered developed with an average setback distance of 66 feet. Next slide. For the buffer developed sites we sampled, we were able to see 6 of the habitat and biological parameters we measured now were meeting the Vermont water quality standards off of these sites. But 4 of the parameters were still impacted and in conflict with the Vermont water quality standard. Next slide. So in 2011, we teamed up with the Maine DEP and got permission to sample lakes in Maine for 2 weeks of intensive sampling. We targeted developed sites that met Maine's mandatory Shoreland Protection Act standards and snorkeled off of them, as well as paired undeveloped sites. And what we found was that it is possible to develop a lakeshore and protect aquatic habitat and biota in compliance with Vermont's water quality standards, just means following Maine's mandatory Shoreland Protection Act. We hadn't written this up yet, but it included it in findings and presentations and shared it broadly there. So the next slide, around 2010, Neil Kamen had left the Lakes program, and luck struck a fourth time when I was given supervision of his temporary employee, Mark Mitchell. In 2007 and 2008, Neil had participated in the US EPA's National Lakes Assessment at that overdraw level. And Vermont was one of the few, if not only state, to do a statewide survey at that time. Because of this, we could directly compare the condition of Vermont's lakes to those of lakes in the Northern Appalachian ecoregion and the nation. But we needed to analyze the data the same way that EPA had. So Mark worked with the think tank of EPA in Corvallis, Oregon, to work up this data. Next slide. Then in 2011, Governor Shoreland appointed David Mears, the commissioner for the Vermont Department of Environmental Conservation. Now, you'll recall David Mears was the one who was the plenary speaker on how laws can be used to protect our waters at the New England Association of Environmental Biologists Conference in 2007. David knew only 3 people in the department at the time, and I happened to be one of them. Next slide. So right after David Mears, I mean, this is January 12th, and right after David Mears started as commissioner of the Vermont DEC, I subjected him to an hour-long, 106-slide lunchtime brown bag presentation with dueling screens. On one screen, a slideshow ran through photo after photo of shoreline construction sites that showed the kinds of development that were legal but obviously harmful to lakes that came from photos I had taken all around the state. On the other screen, I summarized the most relevant peer-reviewed science from the literature, as well as our own findings from our littoral habitat studies and national lake assessment. The take-home message was that Vermont should copy Maine's mandatory Shoreline Protection Act, which Maine had copied from Vermont back in 1972. Next slide, please. We also shared the recommendations from an interview we had done with one of the full-time employees that had been administering Maine's mandatory shoreline zoning law since its inception. Rich Baker thought it was a good law and easy to administer, that the point system made it enforceable standard, and that it would be better if it was run at a regional or county-wide level with professionals in order to take the local politics out of it. Because in Maine, code officers are only as effective as the select boards let them be. Next slide. Rich Baker also shared that most people in Maine are willing to conform to the law. They do like to push the limits, though, and not account for the room they're going to need to run an excavator around their house for construction, and hence he recommended making the house setback 125 feet from the lake so that you could maintain a 100-foot vegetative buffer and allow room for another 25 feet for an excavator to use during construction. He felt that the public's general opinion of Maine's laws was that it was good for Maine, and the trend had been to make it more strict over the years. Next slide. Commissioner Mears got on board as he already knew how important buffers were to waters from his work from other states and at the Vermont Law School. He pitched it to Secretary Deb Markowitz. He then hired Trey Martin to be the liaison between Vermont DEC and the legislature and tasked him with coming up to speed on this topic. And Susan Gresser, this is a picture of me taking then Deputy Secretary Trey Martin out on Little Averill Pond for sampling during the spring turnover one year. Next slide. Trey met regularly with Susan Warren and Amy Peacock in the Lakes program while I was out in the field sampling, and Trey was a quick learn. Amy and Susan had set up an opportunity for me to meet with them and Trey one of the few days I wasn't in the field. And I was about to give my pitch when Trey cut me off to spout to me everything I was about to tell him. Susan and Amy had been thorough, and Trey was up to the task. Around the holidays that year, Deb Markowitz set up an agency holiday gathering, and different programs were to set up tables in a competition. We set up our table with the theme of shoreland development with example pictures of what we called naughty and nice, and Secretary Markowitz chose our display as the winner. Secretary Markowitz then pitched the idea of the law to Governor. Oh, next slide. Oh, yeah, sorry. You'll see that was our winning naughty and nice display. And then the next slide. So Secretary Markowitz then pitched the idea of the law to Governor Shoreland. Deb had run against Shoreland in the primary, and they had been rivals. They both had big personalities that could dominate a room. Secretary Markowitz, a petite figure, and Governor Shoreland, a tall, imposing figure, who would often get up close to you to make a point he really felt strongly about. And Deb recounted to me once how that conversation went. Now, Deb did not use or condone swear words, but she had to do so when she recounted how her conversation went with the governor. After she pitched the need for a Shoreland Protection Act for lakes in the state, apparently Governor Shoreland gave her the go-ahead to pursue this kind of legislation. And then he said, but it's going to be a shit show. And then he pointed right at her and said, and it's going to be your shit show, which I think was probably the very best thing he could have said, because I feel like Deb was going to rise to that challenge in a way that I think she might not have been as motivated to do otherwise. So the game was on, and between 2011 and 2014, a lot of things went into motion, and Bovlak and all of you folks got, very engaged in this, and so many other environmental groups came to the table to go to bat. So next, and have their voices heard. Next slide. I remember riding the bus to the Capitol one day, and Kim Greenwood, then with the Vermont Natural Resource Council, who spent a lot of time at the legislature advocating on behalf of Vermont's waters, she told me that passing a law like this was going to be a heavy lift. That were her words, heavy lift. And a lot of people were saying, next slide. Meanwhile, we needed to get the results of the Vermont studies out. So in March of 2013, we released 2 reports, one entitled Determining if Maine's Mandatory Shoreland Zoning Act standards are effective at protecting aquatic habitat, a joint study conducted by the Vermont Department of Environmental Conservation and the Maine Department of Environmental Conservation. The second report was released on the same day, was entitled Gauging the Health of Vermont Lakes, Results of the 2007 National Lake Assessment. The most worrisome finding from this report was the Gauging the Health of Vermont Lakes report, next slide, was that only 18% of Vermont lakes were in good condition for lakeshore disturbance. In this stressor category, Vermont is lagging behind both the region and the nation. And the vast majority of lakes, or 71% in the state, were in fair condition. The next slide. Meanwhile, our other study concluded from our sampling of 13 reference lakes, lakeshore sites and 36 developed sites following Maine's minimum mandatory standards on 5 lakes in Maine, that we determined that at the site level, this kind of development allowed on Maine's lakes was not degrading aquatic habitat and biota, and would protect Vermont's waters consistent with the Vermont water quality standards and Vermont's water quality policy. Next slide. So the results of our study show that the unregulated development along our lake shores was the most widespread stressor to our lakes from that EPA National Lakes Assessment Study, and in conflict with the Vermont water quality standards from the Littoral Habitat Study. But that when lakeshore development was conducted in compliance with Maine's mandatory shoreline protection standards, Vermont's water quality standards could be met off those developed sites. Next slide. So in March of 2013, Secretary Markowitz put out this opinion piece entitled Protecting Vermont's Shorelines is Good for the Economy and the Environment. In April of the next slide, in April of 2013, I testified to the Vermont Senate Natural Resources Committee. Next slide. And then that summer of 2013, the legislature formed a summer study committee called the Lake Shoreline Protection Commission Working Group. The work group held 5 public meetings around the state over the summer. Susan Warren, who was then our Lakes and Ponds Management and Protection Section Chief, attended 4 of them, and I filled in for her at one of them. The one I went to was up in northern Lake Champlain, and it was a big turnout of, I feel like it was like a couple hundred people, at least in my memory. Next slide. So our department commissioner Mears and agency secretary Markowitz were willing to take the political risk, and I've summarized here some of how it all came together from my perspective inside state government. But it was the outcry from the public that was so encouraging to watch come to rally around our lakes for this and for the future generations and diversity of species that need healthy lake shores and littoral zones. And so I just want to share with you a few of the quotes that came out from folks at that time. This is from our very own Peggy Barter here in the meeting today. All of the evidence shows that if we don't change our ways, we're going to be sorry. Next slide. Water quality is like air quality. Everyone has a right to both, and they both affect everyone. John Hendrick, Director, Federation of Vermont Lakes and Ponds. Next slide. Shoreline protection is not just about helping us restore those waters that have become badly degraded, like Lake Champlain. Its value is perhaps greatest in the smaller lakes and ponds where it can preserve pristine water quality, where we still have it. Anthony Arapino from the Conservation Law Foundation. Next slide. And the whole purpose of it is to protect these systems for the public uses that that we make of them, whether it's swimming, fishing, recreation, also the economic benefits and that are associated with property values of the people who live around these ponds. Next slide. I'll not read the next couple ones. I think you can read them. Next one. Next one. And the next one. It's a, and then the next one. We will definitely pass something, Senator Bob Hartwell said. And the next slide, in February of 2014, the Vermont legislature passed the Shoreland Protection Act, and it became effective on July 1st of 2014. Next slide. So this was a victory for Vermont lakes. However, if you recall, we had decided not to pursue the same protection for streams that we did for lakes. Representative David Dean's 2008 attempt to pass a buffer bill for both streams and lakes had died in 2008. So unlike Maine, which protects a 75-foot buffer on either side of the streams draining into their lakes, we do not have a similar protection for our streams. Next slide. Last year, the legislature passed Act 121, the Flood Safety Act, which is addressing rivers, wetlands, and dams. However, it does not apply to the majority of streams draining into Vermont's inland lakes. Those remain unprotected and vulnerable to development and degradation. Next slide. Streams are categorized according to their position in a watershed. The uppermost streams with no tributaries are called first-order streams. When two first-order streams come together, they form what is called a second-order stream. And when two second-order streams come to join, that's called a third-order stream. All are small and termed headwater streams. 89% of the streams draining into Vermont's inland lakes, excluding Lake Champlain and Lake Memphremagog, are what are called headwater streams. Headwater streams are not protected by the newly passed Act 121 Flood Safety Act. With more frequent and intense rain events, the buffers along the streams draining into our lakes are the last line of defense against runoff. The more those buffers are destroyed by development, the more runoff and pollution that is going to enter our inland lakes in the future. The best way to protect our lakes from increased runoff entering our lakes via their tributaries with more frequent extreme rain events would be to expand the Shoreline Protection Act to protect headwater streams draining into our lakes. Next slide. So to build resilience to climate change for Vermont's lakes, since over 89% of the streams draining into Vermont's inland lakes, excluding Lake Champlain and Lake Memphremagog, are first, second, and third order streams, otherwise called headwater streams. And since first, second, and third order streams are not protected by Act 121, the Flood Safety Act or the Shoreline Protection Act, the Shoreline Protection Act could be expanded to protect first, second, and third order streams draining into Vermont's inland lakes. Applying a 100-foot buffer to both sides of these streams would help prevent excessive unfiltered runoff from entering our lakes during and after rain events, protecting inland lake water quality. Next slide. Until then, we can all work at the local level to advocate for passing local zoning ordinances for streams draining into our lakes and spread the word about Streamwise, which is a way to engage streamside property owners to be more stream friendly, similar to what Lakewise does for lakes. And the last slide. Thank you all so much for listening. My apologies for the jumbled nature of this talk. I pulled it together yesterday, last minute. I intended to put a lot more thought and time into it, as you all deserve it. But ultimately, the passage of the Shoreland Protection Act happened because many of the volunteers at VOVLAP talked to their legislators and testified at the legislature. The nice thing about Vermont is that our legislature is so accessible, and it is possible for organizations like VOVLAP to positively influence policy for Vermont lakes. So thank you all.
Thank you, Kelly. That was fabulous and so interesting. Are there questions or comments?
Yeah, so there's one comment that I love from Kent. It says, great review, Kelly. The number of attendees in the St. Albans Bayside Pavilion was in violation of the restaurant's bar 215 inhabitant permit. Legislators began to get the message loud and clear. And then Kelly said, excellent job, Kelly Stetner.
That was fabulous.
Awesome review, Kelly. I just have to say that because it just brought back so many memories of all the work that all of you did and the connections that I ended up making at that time with all of you. So thank you. This is great.
Are there other questions or comments for Kelly?
Yeah, I was just going to ask Kelly, Pat, is there anything in the works regarding protection for streams currently?
So to my knowledge, I asked about this. So our division had an in-person summer meeting, and I was trying to get clarification as to whether or not the first, second, or third order streams that are the predominant ones flowing into our inland lakes were going to be protected by what the Flood Safety Act. And Rob Evans, who's the head of our river management program and is very well versed in what actually passed, said that is in fact a gap that exists, and so it is. And I was busy during the summer and during legislative session, so I didn't really pick up on what was happening. And you guys all know it's a sausage making process, and it's hard to keep track of everything going on. So I think that was being kind of that's a gap that is really important to lakes. And so, yeah, so to my knowledge, there is no efforts underway to address this gap. And I've got my own ideas on how to do that. I think there's some opportunities possibly, maybe with the reclassification effort. What's stalling that? That 1,000-gallon limit protection, and there's the perception that removing that is removing a protection. And one might propose that in exchange for that, which isn't really, to our understanding, really protecting our waters, from bad septic, but perhaps maybe gaining, asking for those A1 waters for the Shoreline Protection Act to be expanded to first, second, and third order streams, and say, okay, we're going to gain another protection for these A1 waters. So I don't know, that's my personal opinion. It's not the agency's opinion, but it's just a thought I've been thinking about, because I didn't really realize what a gap was being left that was going to impact our lakes.
Jack has his hand up. Go ahead, Jack.
So Kelly, what a great recounting of what's happened. I can hardly believe you did this in one day in terms of pulling this together. But it's a great story, a great roadmap of where you've been, and I think a great roadmap perhaps of where we're going in the future with some of your ideas of you know, what it's going to take with the stream. So I really wanted to thank you so much for doing this. It's really a service. I hope you publish this. I hope this is published on the FOVLAP website with, you know, your video. This was just tremendous, tremendous work. My question is, with climate change and all that's coming, including populations, as David Dean has predicted from the cities as we melt our ice caps on both poles, what's the long-term prospects for Vermont to maintain its lakes and in the future going forward, at least a foreseeable future? Thank you again.
Thanks for bringing that up, Jack, and thanks for your service on the board of FOVLAP, and good luck with Trout Unlimited. They're they're lucky to be getting you. In terms of, you know, climate change, and I think that's where I feel like this gap of the protection of buffers on streams is a real vulnerability for our lakes, because of those are kind of our best lines of defense coming for the coming years. And so I feel like, you know, with the passage of, what was that, the 30 by 30, there's a law that's 30 by 30, conserving 30% of Vermont by 3030. How they're going to get to that goal, I don't know. I guess 50% by 2050. One way could be, you know, improving the protections we have on for our streams and getting there. So I think there's ways in which it could be it could advocate that it's going to help meet the goals of that 50 by 50 with the stream protections. You could also argue that from climate resilience standpoint, building the resilience. I mean, we have endured these multiple floods. We can just expect more of those. I know many of our lake associations got to see firsthand the impacts of these floods, sadly, on our lakes. And the more, whatever remaining buffers we have on our streams, we should try to save those that are coming into our lakes and make them as wide as we possibly can. And then for the buffers we've lost, really work with landowners similarly the way that we do with Lakewise, with Streamwise, to help restore that. I do feel like those two, I actually was very grateful that we had this law in place, the Shoreland Protection Act, when the pandemic hit, and so many people, you know, started to buy Vermont lakeshore property. And so, you know, that, you know, unfortunately for our shoreline protection folks, who you're going to hear from shortly, you know, that's a huge workload that they had to and are dealing with reduced staffing. I don't, folks probably know that Lindsay Miller had left the shoreline permitting program to work at a different job, and that position had not been refilled. So we have Laura, and Misha handling all of these floods of permits that have been coming in, which are, you know, really great that they're scientifically based, but they need scrutiny. They need to be, you know, individuals need to be worked with on a one-to-one basis. So it's a very time-consuming thing. And now they're also dealing with the use of public waters stuff. So that's a lot of on those folks. But my point was, I was really glad that the Shoreline Protection Act was in place when the pandemic hit, because, you know, I used to take the pictures I used to take of construction on lake shores. I mean, I have a huge amount of the photos that were used, you know, in presentations that helped to convince people that you didn't even have to look at the science, you just looked at all those pictures. But I haven't been taking those pictures. You know, the last few years, the last 10 years, I've got a couple pictures, but it's not like it was. And so, you know, I can totally see it's having a positive impact on lakes, and our lakes are going to be more resilient to climate change because of it.
That's great.
I have a couple of comments in the chat before we move on. Polly said, thank you for your excellent work over the decades. This has been an eye opener for me for all the heavy lifting that is required to keep our waters healthy. Thank you for providing the history. Chrissy said the 2021-22 Vermont legislative session H542 bill to establish riparian protection area never took any action. And Jamie has a question. Then we'll come to you in just a sec, Jamie. The last one was, do you feel encouraged by the Vermont Housing Development Act 250 recent map referring to river corridor development? I'm sorry, that was a lot for my tongue to take out there. So that question, and then Jamie has a question.
Wait, could you repeat that question, Jackie? Sorry.
That one that I had a tongue tie. Yeah, I can do that. Do you feel encouraged by the Vermont Housing Development Act 250 recent map referencing river corridor development?
I have to say, I haven't been following that as closely as I should, and I can't really speak to that at the moment. Sorry about that. Oh,
okay. Jamie Longton had a question, and then Susan. Jamie, can unmute. There you are. Can you unmute yourself, Jamie? No, still muted.
Jamie, do you want to write your can you text, put your thing, you put your question in the,
he looks like he's in a vehicle, maybe.
Yeah.
How about
there
that?
You go.
How about
there you
that?
Go. Perfect.
All right. I have two questions. As far as contractors who do work along the lake shore, is there any responsibility on their part if they violate that regulation?
I will defer that to our our next speaker.
Hey everybody.
Hey Misha.
Yeah, so I mean that's an enforcement related question. And we'll get to that shortly.
But it does bring it to mind, Jamie.
That's next up.
Oh.
Yes, that's next up. Yes.
That does bring to mind, Jamie, you know, one of the things that the legislature had put into place when they passed the act was to have us do these natural shoreline erosion control trainings, you know, and encourage, you know, people who work on lake shores to go through that, but it's not mandatory. And in Michigan, it's mandatory. And so like, if we're looking for gaps to sort of cinch up 10 years into this, I would say that would be a really good one to probably do because, you know, we put a lot of effort into doing those trainings. They're great, but sometimes, you know, it's preaching to the choir that's attending those things and not the people who are really, you know, I mean, there are the people that are working out on the lake shores, but if we could make it so that they have to have that as a requirement, I think that would be an improvement, Jamie. Yeah. What was your second question? Sorry.
It's an enforcement question, and I'll ask it at the next session, I guess.
Okay, great.
Okay, super.
Thanks, Jamie.
Thank you. Thank you.
Susan, go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Thanks, Kelly. That was great. You know, and the stream discussion was fascinating to me. I was just wondering, because we're part of the La Rosa project just on Little April, is there any plan to maybe expand La Rosa so that there could be more tributary testing, so you could have more data when you go forward to try and expand the Shoreline Protection Act?
That, to my knowledge, that is the, I don't see any discussions. So, I mean, there's been interest in wanting to get more tributary sampling on our inland lakes. And Mark Mitchell has been working with Megan Hickey to make that happen, you know, on lakes. And it seems like that's, you know, that something that, again, is sort of resource limited. You know, we have a really pretty good way to manage the data that comes in through our volunteer monitoring program for the open water. But it's about, I think, the bottlenecks probably in the data management of getting those stream data managed. But I know you've got a data guy on the board here, right? From Lake St. Catherine. Yeah. So, you know, maybe you can help with our bottlenecks on those kinds of things for sure.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on. Kelly, that was absolutely fabulous. Thank you so much. And we will be posting all of this on the website, so you get a chance to see that. So we're going to move on now to our next speaker, Misha Setner. welcome Misha. Misha is an environmental analyst with the Lakes and Ponds program in the Department of Environmental Conservation. Misha graduated from UVM in 2008 with a BS in environmental science and a concentration in conservation biology. He joined the Lakes program in 2008 as a 9-month temporary worker to work with the aquatic invasive species section of the program. Misha was hired as a full-time employee in September 2014 to be a regulator for the new Shoreland Protection Act and has been supervising shoreland protection and lake encroachment regulatory work since 2016. So welcome, Misha, and thank you for being here.
Yeah, hey, everybody. And thanks for that introduction. Kelly, great background. It's always, I was in the program at that time, but not really directly involved with some of the work that Kelly was doing there. So it's always good to hear all the work that was put into that. Just a huge effort. And, you know, this law was passed and we just hit our 10-year anniversary. And so that's what I'm here to discuss today. Kind of the 10-year summary. Kelly identified the background, and I'll kind of get into, once the law was passed, how was it implemented, some stats as to how it's gone, positive takeaways, some challenges, some enforcement, and then looking forward. And so, just to repeat, my name is Misha Setner. I supervise the regulatory group in the Lakes program. And so I guess we'll just start with identifying, so the law was passed, but what does it actually regulate? And so it regulates two activities. It regulates the creation of new impervious surface and new cleared area. And, well, what is new? So new is considered anything where an existing surface is created beyond currently existing footprints. And so you think of a footprint of a house. If that house is expanded outside of that footprint, that new footprint is what is outside of that footprint. So it's everything's footprint based. And then so really a permit is required for any time a new surface is created, or the project needs to fit within an exemption. And there are plenty of exemptions. So where does shoreline protection apply? So the law applies to all lakes and ponds that are 10 acres or larger. The protected shoreline area is 250 feet, measured horizontally from the mean water level of those water bodies. And so within the protected shoreline area, that 250-foot distance, the creation of new impervious surface and new cleared area is regulated. And so there are a number of key standards that are a part of that law to really achieve the overall purpose of why the law was established. And the first big one is the conforming development setback. And so what that does, it requires that all new development be set back at least 100 feet from the water. And this includes new impervious surface and new cleared area. And so I thought it was really interesting hearing Kelly's comment from someone in Maine, where they said, yeah, it's 100-foot setback, but you clear close to 75 feet to the water in order to build a house. And so as a part of the permitting that we do, we actually acknowledge that. And so we actually bake that into project planning because we acknowledge that, yeah, you have a construction impact footprint, which is typically cleared area. So typically if it's going to be a house, brand new house built on a forested lot, at a minimum, we require a 10-foot buffer to incorporate new cleared area. So new cleared area might start 100 feet from the water, and then that new house might start 110 feet from the water, just to try to take in construction and maintenance of the structure into account. And then the other setback that we have is for non-conforming development. And so what this is for is there's, as Kelly already showed in many of her photos, there is already a lot of development within Vermont that is currently within 100 feet of the water. And so a lot of the projects that we work with are redevelopment projects of that currently existing development. And so the setback standard for that is that projects can't be expanded any closer to the water than they currently are. And preferably they expand to the backside away from the lake. And then, so we have those two setback standards. And then the more technical standards that we work with, we refer to them as the 20-20-40, which is projects need to be take place on a slope of less than 20%. The overall impervious surface on a parcel needs to be less than 20%. And the amount of cleared area on a parcel needs to be less than 40%. However, there are, if a project goes over any of those percentages, we have the ability to require best management practices. And best management practices are actions that folks can take. Typically it's some kind of stormwater best management practice, or if you need a cleared area best management practice. If you remove a tree, you need to replant a tree. That type of best management practice. And ultimately, it's there to ensure that the project can be approved, can continue to move forward, but it's accounting for these additional impacts. And so we require these best management practices to offset that. So when did shoreline protection start? As Kelly noted, July 1st, 2014 is when it went into effect. And here's a photo of Shoreland signing the bill. Also really interesting to hear that he said it would be a shit show per Kelly's comments. And so, yep, so he signed it, went into effect July 1st, 2014. So how the regulatory team started. It's not every day that there is a brand new bill goes into effect and you have a new law to just to enact. It's a pretty unique opportunity. As some of you know, I started with the program in 2008, working with the aquatic invasive species section. But I was a 9-month temp for that time period. There were not many full-time jobs after 2008. And so once 2014 rolled around, I was ready to jump into a real full-time job. And so when the act was passed, they created a whopping 2 positions to implement this brand new law, just 2. And so the Lakes program already had 2 other regulators. One was working on aquatic nuisance control, and the other was working on lake encroachment. And so here's a photo of us in the office at National Life in 2014. The guy on the left, some of you might have worked with him in the past. He was Dan Homeyer. Dan and myself, we were the two guys that were hired to start working on shoreline protection issues in 2014. Matthew Probasco, he was in the middle. He did aquatic nuisance control. He's no longer with the state. Neither is Dan. And down on the bottom there, the ponytail, that's Kevin Burke. Kevin is now the program manager for the stormwater program. And so, as Kelly's presentation pointed out, Susan Warren and Amy Peacock were pretty instrumental in doing a lot of laying the groundwork for getting shoreline protection up and running. The first couple of years of shoreline protection, it was, this group of 4 that you see here, with a lot of technical support from Susan and Amy. Yeah, a lot of time spent in an office working through a lot of technical, complicated discussions on just how to get a law up and running. And so, how did we get to where we are today? In 2015, we noticed that there was a lot of overlap between project types, lake encroachment project types, and shoreline projects. There's primarily, that was associated with shoreline stabilization projects. And so there's kind of a like natural connection between the two. They shared a jurisdictional border, the mean water level. And so, as a way to just, I guess, increase the bench strength of folks working on Shoreland officially, we merged the lake encroachment position into responsibilities with Shoreland positions, and we created this 3-region setup. Within each region, shoreline protection and lake encroachment, each person assigned to that region oversees both of those regulations. And then in 2016, individual doing aquatic nuisance control, he left, as well as Kevin and Dan Homeyer, and I was the last one standing. Lucky me. And so, because of my prior work with aquatic invasive species issues, I ended up taking over aquatic nuisance control, as well as supervising the overall regulatory group. And that's how the next number of years moved on in that format, where it was four folks working on these issues. Then in 2022, we started to better define in the Lakes program kind of the 3 sections that we have. One section being the monitoring section, the group that Kelly is with. The other group being the aquatic invasive species section, and then the third group being Shoreland, as well as lake-wise and outreach type work. And so we more formally acknowledge those 3 sections. And so the lakes regulation, restoration, and planning section was created. And within that, we currently have 3 main objectives with this section. And one is regulatory, the other is restoration and planning. And the third one, which is a really important one, which I'm really glad we call out as a part of being a key part of this section, is outreach. And so within our group right now, the regulatory group within this section, we focus on lake encroachment, shoreline protection, compliance and enforcement of those 2 laws, as well as overseeing the rules for the use of public waters, the mean water level rule, and surface level rules. As you'll notice, aquatic nuisance control is not in this list. When Lindsay Miller left, that position was refilled, but it was refilled to do aquatic nuisance control. And then that position was shifted over to the aquatic invasive species group. And then I moved into a region to continue to maintain that 3-region setup. But as you notice, lake encroachment, shoreline protection, those are the key job duties that we have in this part of our work here. The rules aspect, that is something that is not entirely new. They've been around for a long time. It's just they are now getting a lot of attention. And so I know a lot of folks are very interested in wake boats and that topic. And so use of public waters rules and that wake boat rule that went into effect earlier this year, that's ultimately in our shop as well. And we have many petitions right now for under use of public waters rules that we're currently gearing up to review. So the other part of this section, restoration and planning, and that incorporates all the work that we do under lake-wise, lake watershed action plans, the Natural Shoreline Erosion Control certification course, and then just a lot of technical support for both internal and external partners. It is incredibly helpful having this officially within our shop. It's really helpful for us, the regulators, to know essentially like the best approaches to lake-friendly development, so that when we work with people on projects and implementing the rules, to the best that we can, incorporate those best practices. So it's really great having this work be a part of our group. And then outreach. Pretty much right from the start. I mean, even Kelly did, explained all of the outreach that was done before the law even took effect. Outreach has been just an absolutely huge part of the work that we do. We give public presentations all the time. This is my fourth or fifth one this year. This photo here shows Susan Warren giving a presentation in 2014 or 2015. I want to say the first couple years, 2014, 2015, I was on the road a lot with Susan giving presentations all over the state. It's really wild, how many presentations we gave, really just trying to lay the groundwork for just getting the public on board. Again, it was identified as being, it was going to be a heavy lift to get this off the ground. And so we really went really heavy on outreach and working with partners. FOVLAT being a very important partner with this. And so, that's part of our outreach, is working closely with you all. And I think that's been a really great working relationship. And other aspects of outreach that we do, GIS and mapping, Project WET, that's education for younger folks, maintaining websites just to make sure language and proper information is out there for folks. We've got Municipal Day. We do presentations for municipalities quite often. We really try to develop a lot of good working relationships with municipalities, because when a lot of folks start to do a project, where do they go first? They probably go to their town to see what they need. And so long as folks at the town level know, they are directing folks that live in their town to us all the time. And that's a really great working relationship. And then realtor outreach. We do a lot of that as well. We really want to make sure that realtors are giving folks reasonable amounts of information, that if someone's going to buy a lakeshore property, that they have a good understanding as to what they're actually buying into. So where we are today. All right, there's an office photo missing here. This is a photo of the National Life Building. We are all, that is technically our official working station. We are there about once every other week. Currently it's a sea of mostly empty cubicles, so it's not exactly a nice photo of us, if I took one. But right now, so the section that I oversee, that includes Shoreland, we've got 3 folks working on Shoreland and lake encroachment, as well as one other employee and 2 seasonal staff working on lake restoration projects, such as the Lake Watershed Action Plans and Lakewise. So, jumping into kind of like a recap of the past 10 years, and it was because I thought, like, yeah, sure, I'll give a presentation on the past 10 years of Shoreland. That can't be too hard. And it's like, okay, wait, I gotta boil down 10 years. Okay, all right. So, what was the purpose of the law? And so, the law itself, it has a list of purposes. That's the top part of the screen. It's right in the statute itself. And my summary of those purposes is that the purpose of the Shoreline Protection Act is to regulate shoreline development in a manner that allows for continued development and lake access while incorporating best practices that are protective of water quality, shoreline habitat, and the natural stability of the shoreline. All right. Past 10 years, what has happened? So I crunched some numbers, and we've nearly had 2,000 shoreline protection applications submitted to us. Of that, 1,222 were individual permit applications, and you can kind of consider those types of applications as like large scale redevelopment or new development. And of those, over 1,000 of those applications applied for new impervious surface. And based on the review of those projects, around a quarter of those projects needed stormwater best management practices. And so what I think is really amazing under the law is that, one, you know, we're working with folks on these projects. They need permits for those projects. But then two, we also have the authority to require stormwater best management practices. That's huge. And then for 550 applications that applied for new cleared area, of those, around half were had required revegetation. And so, you know, again, the example is you're over the 40% cleared area standard, and let's say the project includes the removal of a tree or two. Under that permit, there's going to be a requirement saying you need to revegetate. Again, I think that's huge. That's a pretty huge part of the law. And then over the past 10 years, we've had almost 500 registrations, and you can kind of view those as essentially small scale projects that need approval. And then almost 200 jurisdictional determination requests, and largely what those are folks, they officially send us plans or an application material that we then need to review and then determine whether or not the project needs or does not need a permit. Over that time period as well, we received nearly 500 lake encroachment applications. And so in all, that's 2,389 official applications that's gone through our shop. In general, that's kind of just a, you know, that's an application. That's just a drop in the bucket compared to like what we, you know, the actual workload around the rest of what we do. Yeah, typically for an application, you know, we're going to have a ton of interactions with folks before, during, and after an application is submitted. We do site visits. We get random questions from the public very frequently. And most of the time it's, hey, I'm doing this. Do I need a permit? And a lot of projects are, you know, may not need a permit. And so there's a huge amount of work that's not even captured just with that total tally. And here you can see just what that application load looked like over time. As Kelly noted, you can, you know, she was really glad Shoreland Protection was around when the pandemic started. So you can see that the pandemic year, fiscal year 21, skyrocketed to, you know, 332 applications that year. And it's trickled down a little bit, but still, we just wrapped up the last fiscal year, and it's still higher than what the highest year was before the pandemic. And so, you know, I feel like we've just been sprinting a marathon, and the workload is considerable. I just want to put this in here as well, because Lakewise had their 10-year anniversary last year, and you know, they're also Lakewise assessments are very much so on the rise. In 2023, there's over 200 assessments done, and so, you know, overall, there's just the number of assessments and applications and just work flowing through this section is immense. So the positive takeaways. You know, these are just my opinions as to how I feel like things have been going. And here, you know, for the regulatory standards, the positive takeaways, I cannot emphasize more how important the setback standard is. That is one of the clearest parts of the law, and that it is a line. It is a setback. There are no exceptions to that setback. It still amazes me, I guess, how many folks you know, that might not be just aware of, you know, environmental issues, but folks, you know, we get most applications, people really want to develop as close to the water as possible. That's probably one of the things we push back the most on, is the setback, and really just making sure that those setbacks are adhered to. You know, the other positive takeaway, you know, as I already mentioned, being able to require best management practices. It's you know, it's really positive to be able to work with folks, you know, that, let's say they're working on their dream home, and by applying the standards, you can, ultimately, a permit could be issued for their project. But the permit could require all sorts of best management practices. And so you can, we can walk away to say, all right, we're meeting the purpose of the law. We're still, allowing for continued development, but to be done in a better way. And then the other big thing is just really, we have the authority now over these types of projects. And, part of that authority is to require corrective actions. And so that's kind of like the enforcement side of things. So when folks don't follow the law or don't get permits, we have that authority to act. Positive takeaways on the outreach side of things, we work with all of the public. And so, I highlight all here because we work with folks that may really disagree with us. And they still need to come get a permit through us. And so, again, part of our approach to permitting is, it's very outreach oriented. So, I've got a captive audience. They have to, they have to work with me on permitting. And so, it's the best that I can. I incorporate all what they have to do, then also what they should do. And it's a really great way to be able to reach folks that would otherwise really not engage with environmental or lake issues. I touched on this a little earlier. Municipal engagement, it's huge. We've got a lot of great working relationships with municipalities, and it's I think Shoreland, by having Shoreland, again, it really brings environmental issues to that local level as well. And then again, connecting the public to all these voluntary best management practices. I am promoting Lakewise all the time when I'm doing my regulatory work, to just, have Lakewise and being able to promote, all of those voluntary best practices is really great. And then just because we've had such an outreach heavy approach, we've really boosted awareness of other environmental regulations and environmental issues. Half the time I feel like I might be working for the wetlands program. Through our application process, we're constantly flagging wetlands, and we are constantly bringing the wetlands program into the review of projects to make sure that the lake's being protected as well as wetlands. Some implementation challenges. I just want to say overall, I think Shoreland has gone really well. It's been a heavy lift, but I feel like it's gone incredibly smoothly. But as everything, there are challenges. I think what's really interesting is, with Kelly's presentation, she identified the naughty and the nice list. And on the naughty list, you all saw many photos of naughty development. And so all that development still exists. It's still here. And those projects may, those properties may develop or redevelop. And so one of the implementation challenges is, they still exist, and the law is in place that it helps to manage things to make sure things don't get worse, but there really aren't the tools to make it better. That's why we really lean very heavily on voluntary best practices, and a lot of folks really do pick up on that and do that. But the naughty list, the law is there. It sets, it draws the line for the setback, which is fantastic. But there's not a lot of a way to kind of correct any issues. Another kind of unforeseen issue that's really come up in actually trying to enforce on certain projects is just the concept of pervious surfaces. The law does not identify, it doesn't take into account pervious surfaces. So I'm talking about things like a deck or a patio. By default, we view decks and patios as an impervious surface. So something that will be regulated. But pervious surfaces essentially infiltrate stormwater. And so once it infiltrates stormwater, it is no longer an impervious surface. And so decks and patios can be designed and built in a way to be pervious. And so one of the implementation challenges is, folks love their lakeside decks and they want to put decks as close to the water as possible or patios. And so if it's pervious, no longer impervious, we start to lose kind of jurisdiction or being able to push back on certain types of pervious surface projects. So that's been an implementation challenge, and that would be something that updating the Shoreland Protection Act to just call out pervious surfaces as essentially being structures that could be expanded closer to the lake. Maybe get some more parameters onto what might be acceptable there. Another big challenge that we run into are really just perception issues. As I noted, there are quite a number of exemptions, and there's a lot of development on that naughty list. And so, a project type that is very common is construction within an existing footprint. If you have a house that's 5 feet from the water and you tear that house down and rebuild it in exactly the same footprint, you don't need a shoreline permit. Nothing actually jurisdictional happened. And so you can see really large, potentially disruptive looking projects along the shoreline that are exempt. And so folks see that as a failing of the Shoreline Protection Act. And it's like, no, it's actually exempt. Same goes for cleared area. If you have a grass lawn, you could regrade that. You could add fill. So long as you don't create an impervious surface on that grass lawn, you can do a lot in that area. That doesn't trigger the need for a shoreline permit. So again, it's a perception issue. Vegetation protection standards. I disagree with that comment that the guy from Maine had on, oh, you just need a tape measure. I feel like the vegetation protection standards are very generous in terms of, I guess I'll back up. Vegetation protection standards, it's a part of the law that allows for essentially tree removal that can be done in a way that doesn't trigger the need for a permit. And so, I mean, I feel like that is setting folks up for possible compliance issues, because once you start removing trees, that's a pretty big red flag, and a lot of folks say, whoa, trees are being removed. Why is that happening? How is this okay? And I was like, well, under the vegetation protection standards, there's the point and grid system where you can thin quite a lot of trees without needing a permit. As well as there's an exemption to remove dead, diseased, or unsafe trees. I get it if there's a tree 10 feet from your house, and is might crush your house. I get why there's an exemption to remove that. One of the challenges is there's no requirement to then replant that tree. And so, I think the perception of that, that exemption can be quite jarring. And then just, other perception issues, wastewater. If there's a state issued wastewater permit to install a septic system 50 feet from the water, well, that's okay under wastewater. That's the wastewater setback from surface waters. And so you'll notice 50 feet is much different than 100 feet. And so you'll see potentially new development where there's suddenly a brand new grass lawn 50 feet from the water. And you're like, how is that possible? That doesn't meet the 100-foot setback. And you're like, it doesn't, but it's exempt to create that wastewater system. And we really don't have any pushback on those. This has been mentioned a number of times. Staffing is a major implementation challenge. Again, only 2 positions were ever created to implement shoreline protection. You saw the numbers behind that workload. That's a lot to put on 2 folks. No additional enforcement staff were ever created. And overall, increasing workloads and responsibilities. Use of public waters is, it's a pretty hot topic right now, and wake boats take up a lot of our time. Permit compliance, that's always a challenge. it's one of those things we're constantly trying to improve and work on. Permit fees, when the law first went into effect, permit fees were set pretty low. And so they've never been updated since the law went into effect. And there's also no permit fee for creating new cleared area. So whether you're asked to remove 1 tree or 100 trees, the fee is the same there. And there's no after the fact fees as well, which can be an after the fact permit fee. Essentially it's like would double the fee. So like you're speeding in a work zone, doubles your the fee of your ticket. So if you do a project that needed a permit and you didn't get one, it would double that fee. But we don't have that. And so touching on enforcement, DEC has a completely separate division that works on environmental enforcement. There are 7 enforcement officers, the same number before and after Shoreland took effect. And they oversee all DEC regulations, not just Shoreland. And there are many divisions and programs within DEC that do this work, or that have regulations that need to be enforced. And so since 2014, we've had nearly 1,500 complaints related to lakes and ponds issues. Majority of those investigations are no violation found. In those investigations, we work really closely with those enforcement officers, and then work if a violation is found, we work really closely with them on the primary goal of getting folks back into compliance. And 9 times out of 10, folks do voluntarily work with us on corrective actions, revegetation, and after the fact permitting. We've got additional tools, working with some of our legal staff if we can't come to an agreement, as well as citations. I just wanted to quickly add this for some context. So that was the map for environmental enforcement officers. This is the map for game wardens. There are 29 game warden districts, and this is under the Fish and Wildlife Department. So that's 4 times the number of EEOs that we have. And Fish and Wildlife Department, that's a completely separate department. And so these game wardens, they have no responsibility for investigating shoreline protection or lake encroachment issues. So that's just kind of give some context, just the difference of staffing. Overall, looking forward, there are some implementation challenges, but like I say, I've got an amazing team. It is incredible the amount of work that we do. I am just so proud of them as to what they've been able to do and how they've been able to just keep up with it all with a positive attitude. And I think there's really a ton of room for growth, and really to continue lake protections under our current system. And then just looking forward, we got, I know I'm short on time here, but working on outreach materials, essentially trying to create a foundation for rulemaking regarding permit compliance. We just revamped our application materials. We've revamped some of our permit language to make co-permittees requirement under permits, as well as requiring permittees tell us when they are starting their project and when they finish their project. So, and again, update the permit fee structure. So that is it from me. And I will.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Misha. That was great. I think there's a lot of questions. Why don't we take a few questions and then we can introduce the panel. Jackie, do you want to read a few of the questions that went into the chat?
Yeah. Candy has a enforcement question for Misha. And Jamie.
Thanks. Yeah, I saw somebody else does, so I don't know if my question will cover. So enforcement, it seems to me, is a problem. And as far as I know, it's sort of always been a problem. I don't know if anybody, maybe Andy Snyder remembers, but there was a A&R secretary years and years ago named Chuck Clark. And when he came to the Vermont legislature, he testified in both House and Senate Natural that most states, their A&R budgets are about a third educational, a third permitting and regulatory, and about a third enforcement. He said in Vermont's case, 95% permitting and regulatory, and then that little 5% that was left over was shared between education and enforcement. And we had a situation here on Seymour, just to highlight this, and I guess this isn't maybe a question for Misha, but it's more so everybody understands what the framework is. This is right shortly after the Shoreland Protection Act took effect. We had an occasion to have the governor, Julie Moore, and 4 or 5 of his other cabinet people here. We get in the boat at the northern end of the lake. We're taking our tour of the lake, and Julie Moore takes out her own personal cell phone and says, "So Candy, this woman was just talking to me about some clear cutting on Seymour, and I'd like to get a picture of it." And I thought, how could this get better? You know, Julie with her own cell phone. So we take the boat, and she takes some pictures, and 3, 4, 5, 6 years later, I just sort of gave up following up on it, that no action took place. So this is not a criticism of any of the A&R staff. I just think it's the structure that every resource is really, more resources are put into permitting and the regulatory arena than enforcement. So it unfortunately often means neighbor ratting out neighbor, and it's just I wish it were different. But anyway, just for people to know, they're really in a bad situation with enforcement. We just don't really have.
Yeah, I think enforcement's really challenging too, because sometimes enforcement actions can take years, absolutely years to play out. If somebody disagrees with how we're trying to enforce the law, lawyers get involved. It's staggering how many years can go by. And then the environmental enforcement officers, they have unmarked trucks. They're plain clothed. You will not, they don't stick out. I don't have a uniform. I have no, and so when you call a game warden, you know they're a game warden. You know what they're doing, and there's a lot of them comparatively, and so it's I think optics really play into it as well. I'm not
well,
sure.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, your policy is not to. So if somebody calls to follow up, the policy is not to disclose. So we really didn't know. What we did know is that there were no reparations have ever been made to this property. So, oh well.
I think Jamie Longton had a question.
Jamie has a question.
I do. We had a recent incident where a lake resident on Sunrise Lake, which is, as you recall, Sunrise Lake was the poster child for what was wrong with not having lakeshore protection with the clear cut, which I believe Misha had that picture up first thing in his presentation, clear to the water line. And in this case, this person has removed 12 very healthy white pine trees. I took pictures of the removals as they were happening. I called the contractor to see if
Jamie, I'm gonna have to cut you off. If you have an official complaint on an enforcement issue, I'd really encourage you to reach out to the enforcement division. I don't think this is the time or place to have specific issues to vent.
I have reached out several times.
And then I would encourage you to continue to work with them.
So my question is, what constitutes a diseased or a dangerous tree to make it eligible for removal?
The law just says you don't need a permit to remove dead, diseased, or unsafe tree. Unsafe trees.
So what
that's it. That's it. That is all. That's the vegetation. I've even flagged that as a implementation issue with the law. It's a very broad exemption.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Jamie. I know there's a few more questions, and Susan also has her hand up. So
Yeah, another question is, how are regulatory boundaries determined for development on lake shoreline that grades into wetland and then shoreline in quotes surrounding lakes and ponds?
I think I understand the question. So we start to measure, essentially the regulatory boundary is the mean water level. For Lake Champlain, the mean water level is specifically defined as the 95.5 foot elevation. So you measure horizontally from that 95.5 foot elevation upland 250 feet. And so, yeah, sometimes there can be some really unique shorelines with a lot of variable elevation. And so I guess it boils down to how those specific elevations interact with the topography of the land, and then how that interacts with the mean water level. Because a lot of our inland lakes, water levels, might change slightly. Depending on what, if there's some type of water level manipulation or just natural fluctuation. So yeah, it really is site specific.
And Misha, I just wanted to jump in and add, I think that question had something to do with wetlands, and that sometimes there are wetlands within the shoreline, in the protected shoreline area. And so if you're doing a project, you have to have authorization under shoreline protection and wetlands. So sometimes, it can be both.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, so I joked in that I feel like half of our work is with, we're the wetlands program. But there's a lot of overlap with wetlands. And so many projects have a wetlands ecologist also working through project details.
We're getting a little bit over time. So I'm wondering if I should go ahead and introduce Laura officially, and Allison.
Can I just interrupt a minute, Pat?
Yeah.
There are other questions, but I think that they would be appropriate to ask to the panel.
Right, that's what I was going to say,
Okay.
and that way I can introduce Laura and Allison, who are going to be part of the panel. Kelly and Misha will continue. So let me introduce Laura and Allison, and then I think the other questions that are waiting would be appropriate for any member of the panel. So Laura's going to go ahead and facilitate a little bit of this. So Laura DeLuca-Leckie, many of you know, has worked with Department of Environmental Conservation's Lakes and Ponds program as a regional lakes and ponds permit analyst since 2016. Her work focuses on implementation and outreach of the Shoreline Protection Act and lake encroachment and the review of use of public waters rules. Laura received a Bachelor's of Science from the University of North Carolina at Asheville in Environmental Studies and a Master of Science in Forest Resources from Oregon State University, where she studied the restoration of aquatic ecosystems. Allison Marchioni is the shoreline restoration ecologist. At DEC Lakes and Ponds, Allison oversees DEC-funded lake watershed action plans, reviews and consults on state-funded lakeshore restoration and private lakeshore road projects, and runs the Vermont Lakewise program. She works closely with lake associations, watershed groups, natural resource conservation districts, regional planning commissions, and individual homeowners to help everyone manage their lake shores for the health of the lake. So welcome, Allison and Laura. Kelly's also on the panel, and Misha. So I think all of the questions that are waiting and additional questions that people may have would be appropriate for any of these four to answer. So Laura, I don't know if you want to, Laura and Allison, if you want to say a few words, or if we should just go right to questions.
I'm fine with going right to questions.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, so Jackie, there's a few more questions, and then Beth and Susan both have their hands up and they're waiting to ask questions as well. Jackie, you're muted. Could you unmute?
Sorry about that. From Polly, how do you deal with people that may not apply for permitting as they should and may be in non-compliance with the Shoreline Protection Act?
Yeah, so that happens, and that happens. And so if when non-compliance is observed, very often the environmental enforcement officer makes first contact with the landowner. The enforcement officer identifies why they're there, what they're observing, and they typically then get that landowner into contact with us. And that's me, Laura D or Laura W. And then from that point, based on the information the enforcement officer obtains, and then what the landowners, their follow-up, we then assess like, okay, what did they do? And how does that interact with the standards of the law? Sometimes what folks might do without a permit might actually fit within the standards of the law. And if that's the case, then we work through after the fact permitting. That's where I noted where after the fact permitting fees might be helpful. And if something, if we observe something and it really doesn't fit within the standards of the law, that's when we identify those issues and really encourage folks to work with us on voluntary corrective actions. And so that could be removing whatever it was that might not have been allowed to exist, or it didn't meet setback standard, what have you, or work with us on revegetation plans.
Thank you. There is there's a comment that I'm going to read first from Jennifer. It said it should be mandatory for town clerks, select boards, and planning commissions to attend a yearly workshop to learn about the Shoreland Protection Act and best practices, especially for towns with no zoning. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah. We do have, I mean, it's not mandatory, but we do offer yearly the municipal day training for municipal staff, and almost every year shoreline protection is on that agenda. So we get some every year, but
So is that like statewide, or is it?
It is, yeah, it's offered by the state, and there's often workshops on all sorts of regulatory and also funding opportunities. So it's usually, I think, in September. Maybe it's later this year.
Yeah, October.
Yeah.
Sometime around then. Yep.
Yeah.
So
but
we should be out there like saying, hey, you need to go to this. That's my question.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you work with your town clerk or zoning administrator, if they aren't already, I'd really encourage them to reach out to us. We're happy to explain how we might interact with their local zoning, or if they don't have zoning. My region includes Alburg. Alburg has no local zoning, but their town clerk does an amazing job sending probably half the town to me. And so it's great. They know who I am. I'm happy to explain things. And yeah, it's really just encouraging local town folks to reach out to us, and we're happy to work with them all.
Is there a permit required for repairs to grandfathered wharfs or bulkheads and putting rock into the lake to protect the wharf structure from ice damage?
That sounds like a lake encroachment type scenario. So yeah, adding any fill to the lake, wharfs, bulkheads, things like that that interact with that kind of like at that mean water level or out into the lake. That's all lake encroachments. So it's regulated under a different statutory structure. But yeah, typically any addition of fill into a lake or pond is going to trigger the need for a lake encroachment permit.
Someone said it needs to be mandatory. Let's see. Kelly said it looks like the municipal day is November 1st this year, and spread the word. And there's a link in the chat box about that. And this is from Jamie. I have asked for the investigation report through, I'm going to say an FOIA for this repeat offender, and to date received nothing. Mission seemed to have been prepared to shut down my question, yet allow the Seymour question. Seems under this format, avoiding a question of inaction is subjective. That comment there. So, and that is it for chat box questions.
And we have some hands up. I think Susan might have been first, then Beth, and then James Hogel. So Susan, go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Yeah. So I want to thank you guys for the work you do. I really feel that every person that comes to talk to us provides us with incredible information, and that you all are doing hard work, and that you're all understaffed, underpaid, and probably have a little bit of low morale right now with all the work you have to do. I do have two questions, and just for informational purposes. So once a new development permit comes in and you approve it, could you just give us a ballpark percentage of how many of those sites for new development you actually go back and check after the building is done to make sure that it really is in compliance with the permit that was requested?
Yeah, I don't have those specific numbers.
Is it low? Do you think it's 50%? I'm just curious with your staffing.
Yeah, so with the staffing, again, I flagged that as an implementation challenge. And a lot of kind of like post-permit compliant site visits, we try to do those if we're out in the field in a specific location. We try to schedule those, as needed, but a lot of it is complaint driven.
Okay, that's what I wondered.
Yeah, and and so it's like, knowing we have these staffing limitations, we cannot be everywhere. We revamped our application materials and some of our permit conditions earlier this year, really putting a lot more responsibilities on the permittee, to one, ensure that any contractors that they might hire to do those jobs also sign on as a co-permittee. It's a permit requirement. The contractor, they need to sign on. If they are doing the building the building or cutting the trees, we really want to make sure that they know what is allowed.
And that's new.
The co-permittee thing, we've had that for a number of years now. It's hard to see, know whether we do have a lot of folks signing on as co-permittees, but whether or not every contractor signs on, that's hard to tell.
Okay.
But one that we did add this year, permit conditions, is to require that permittees tell us when they're going to start their project and when they finish.
Okay.
Trying to sort through, the nearly 2,000 applications we've had. Even just coming up with a plan as to, where do I go? What do I follow up on? It is daunting. And so we're working a lot internally, updating databases and just kind of our technical side of things to really hone in on a better approach for permit compliance site visits, and also really trying to make sure, get permittees to self-report as, hey, did you do your project? And did you follow the plan? And if not, let's work through that.
Okay.
So that's a huge challenge.
Okay.
And I would like to add that we also because we have limited capability to do compliance, we can't do compliance on every single permitted project, but we've kind of have like a prioritization schedule. So, some, like Misha mentioned, if there's a complaint, that's a higher priority. Also, if a project required a lot of best management practices in order to meet the standards of authorization. So if they require a lot of revegetation, that's something we want to see to make sure those plantings happen. So that's kind of how we prioritize where we're going to go.
Okay. And then my last question just is, so how can we help you? Because we hear this from every department that comes to give us a talk. And, I feel like your voices maybe aren't heard on the bigger level somewhere. And obviously there are times, I know that when you're working, you can't speak up necessarily about the faults because, of your job or because you're doing the work, right? You don't have the time to do that. And so could we be a voice somehow on more of a statewide level to bring attention to this, because we're all concerned about this, and it really takes more staffing, more money. The laws are in place, it's just, and it's across the board, it's with AIS. We're seeing it with the greeter, but we're seeing it everywhere. And so, this is an organization that could somehow maybe bring some attention to this.
Yeah, and
Do you have any thoughts about that?
I really appreciate the attention and concern on your like. In writing this presentation, I got pissed and just like, I'm still processing, like, right, they only hired 2 people
right
to do this. That's it.
Unbelievable.
I've been a little fired up the past couple of days. It's like and then just adding more, like I know wake boats, and use of public waters. It's also a really high priority, and it's like, it goes on to us as well. And it's like, wait a minute, like there used to be a whole staff of folks that used to work on use of public waters rules, and now
and you take the heat, and then you take the heat when you come to these.
I think it's a great point, and something that maybe we need to have further discussion about how we can, where we can push, and so forth. Yeah, because it is an issue, and clearly becoming a bigger issue. So I want to go to some other questions, Beth, and then Jim Hogel. So Beth, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to echo Susan's thanks to everybody and recognition that you guys are doing a really good job, but that you're overworked. We were trying to figure out how to capture new development on Seymour, and I happen to be the zoning administrator, and so instead of adding something to the zoning regulations, which is kind of a heavy lift, particularly in a small town, I added one checkbox to the zoning application, and the question was, if you are within, Misha's shaking his head because
as a thumbs up.
Probably gotten a bunch of people from Oregon with that. And it's not regulatory, it's not legal, it's just simply a checkbox. That's all. We didn't have to change any regulations. It's just a reminder to people to do this. And the question is, if you're within 150 feet, if your project is within 150 feet of the water, have you received a jurisdictional determination from the Shoreland Protection Unit? Period. The end. That's it. Checkbox. So
yeah, no, that again, a lot of education for folks living around shorelines. A lot of that comes from the municipal level, and so I really like your checkbox, and so I encourage all municipalities to essentially do what works for them, but to give their the folks that live in their town that information to essentially know that there might be other state permits that might be needed. And that funnels a lot of people our way. And then we're, at that point, we're happy to work with them. So yeah, I really like when municipalities,
people heading your way, but it's also, the people do it without asking. If they decided to not do it, I wouldn't have any regulatory power to force them to. But because it's a checkbox and it's a reminder, people do it.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
And I think in general, most people want to do the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, I mean, even just having a simple checkbox, really anything to just have some, like, I need to think a little bit extra about this. That's usually enough to get people on the right track to work with us.
Yeah, great idea. Thank you. Jim Hogel?
Yeah, my question was essentially the same thing. It had to do with, is there any interfacing between enforcement of this act and issuance of building permits? And it seems like this would be a really good thing to lobby our local select boards for, to make sure that there is at least a checkbox in there, because there are some enforcements associated with not getting permits for doing a building, which may have a little more teeth than what Misha's group can do, and it would really help.
Yeah, and I think permit compliance. I mean, just like we said on having municipal partners on the front end, having it on the post permit issuance side too. Again, I mean, there's only 3 of us, and we've got huge regions. So I think it cannot hurt if, folks at the municipal level reach out to us and say, hey, we're aware this project went forward, and it does have a shoreline permit. Does this actually line up with what was approved? Because again, those folks at that local level, they know what's happening, they know the players involved, and they often can be really helpful in just working with us to make sure that the zoning permit as well as the shoreline permit is being followed.
That's a great idea. Jackie, I think there might be a few more comments in the chat. Just unmute yourself again, Jackie. You need to unmute. Yeah, there you go.
So Candy just basically made a comment. I see how Jamie could see it that way, but in truth, the intent of my question was the ANR spends 95% of their funds on permitting and regulated, leaving only 5% to be split between education and enforcement. And those numbers I quote apply to all of ANR, not just the Lakes and Ponds Division. And the question, where can a person find documentation on permits that have been permitted and pending ones?
Oh,
If you
yeah.
want me to take this?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Well, so we have been asking for a while for a public facing database that you could search. I don't know if anybody's ever looked online for a wastewater permit, but those are all publicly available. For whatever reason, we don't have a publicly available search. But if you are familiar with the ANR Atlas, you can turn on a layer there that shows if a parcel has a permit or not. It's not going to give you a ton of information. So that's one thing that you can do if you're just curious if somebody has a permit. But for now, without the access to this publicly facing database, we just encourage you to reach out to us directly. We can look up that information. We can send you any documents that exist. It's all information that the public can have. We just don't have the public facing searchable database. We hope to someday, but for now you just should reach out to us and we will provide you with information.
So I have a similar question, a follow-up on that is, could you put the link to that GIS tool on?
Yeah, yep, I can do that.
It looks like Kelly just did.
Oh, Kelly just did it.
Kelly was
yeah.
Well, I mean, could you put that on your website, on your front page of your permit website or something?
Yeah, there's certainly links to the Atlas there, but in terms of the instructions, because you have to select a certain layer in order to see that, I can put that in the chat in a moment, and that might be a good addition to our website as well. I agree.
Yeah, that's
I could definitely do that.
Because that's the first thing when I see on my lake some suspicious development, I wonder, do they have a permit? And
yeah,
being able to tell that without walking in our backyard would be really nice. Yeah, no, I have that same frustration, and we've been asking for years, as well as many other programs, just to have a public interfacing database so that folks can look up where permits have been issued and what the permits actually say.
That'd be great to have. Jackie, is there anything else in the chat? Because I do have a question.
There is no more questions, but there's a picture that Jamie added for people to look at in the
So
chat.
everybody can see that. So I wonder if we could, I know we're running a little bit late, but if we could take just a couple more minutes and maybe just ask our panel for maybe a minute or two, future, what does the act need? I know Kelly mentioned a few things, where do you see the future of the Shoreline Protection Act, both in, revising or expanding or whatever you think.
Yeah, I mean, just for how it functions currently, I think it would be helpful to pursue rulemaking to clear up some of the gray area that the law creates. And so rulemaking that's kind of within our own wheelhouse. And really the purpose of adding rules is to say, hey, here's a standard, but it's kind of vague. It doesn't really clarify what it really means. And so a rule would kind of further elaborate on, I guess, like the technical review criteria that we would then apply to that, what that gray scenario is. There are some issues that would require an outright change to the statute. I did flag pervious surfaces as something that the law really doesn't address. But by applying a pervious surface concept, you can start getting projects, particularly like pervious decks and pervious patios. Suddenly those types of, building projects, so long as they aren't creating new cleared area or new impervious surface, we really don't have a lot of authority over it anymore.
Mhm.
And so if it's nothing but grass lawn to your lake, if you built a pervious deck or patio, you could deck the entire grass area in. And I mean, that's a, a very extreme scenario. But again, it just highlights that, like, that's a significant building at that point. But it's pervious. And I mean, we got to that conclusion because we did try to enforce on a deck that was built years ago, and we went through the legal route. We got lawyers involved, and we got no traction on the legal side of things. And so that's kind of how this pervious surface scenario that we live with came about, because we tried to enforce. And
Thanks.
again, the law didn't have the teeth there.
Thanks. Other, Kelly or Laura or Allison? You want to throw some things out there in terms of the future of the act?
Well, one thing that kind of hearing Kelly say that, she doesn't see the old development, like really bad development that she used to see. That's something, since I've been with the program since 2016, and I feel like in the 8 years or so I've been here that I feel like I've seen less and less of just the completely no awareness type construction. And so, it makes me think back to what Amy Peacock used to always talk about, was kind of shifting the culture of shoreland development. And I think that is starting to happen. And certainly the work that Allison is doing with Lakewise and the increased Lakewise assessments and the increased capacity to do the work has not only done a lot of like outreach about the regulation itself, but also like helped people to, I think, start to embrace a different style of lakeshore property management. Certainly there's a long way to go, but I think that I have witnessed, a shift.
I couldn't agree more. The shift is pretty impressive. Started in 2014. A lot of folks very unaware, but today, almost everyone that I work with, they're like, "Oh yeah, resilience, native plantings, BMPs." It's like these are words that would very rarely be uttered in 2014 besides us. And so it's really great to see the public really starting to embrace these issues and be aware of them.
Thanks. Allison?
Similar to what Laura said, we've seen a huge increase in interest in the Lakewise program, a huge increase in practitioners who can do Lakewise assessments over the last 3 years. And I think a larger amount of people willing to make some changes to their property, specifically vegetative buffers, like the Shoreland Protection Act is trying to protect, putting those in to protect water quality and protect their own properties. And then with the increases in rainfall and flooding, people are much more interested in resiliency. So I think just, I work perpendicular to the Shoreline Protection Act. I think of Lakewise as kind of like a sister program. And we've seen a lot of interest in the last 3 years, and it's been really great.
That's great. I know Bob from Lake Honda has hand up, but I want to give Kelly a chance if you want to jump in on that.
Sure. I'll just emphasize again. I think that that point that Jamie had brought up about the natural shoreline erosion control certification, are the people who are working on shores required to take that? And it was a trial thing that the legislature had done. I think trying to make that mandatory would be a real big improvement. Again, I'd like to see the act protecting, expanded to protect the headwater streams. Those are the first, second, and third order streams, which flow into 89% of our inland lakes, 89% of our inland lakes. Those are the streams that are flowing into them, and they have no protections at this point. Obviously, if we were to have the expansion of the Shoreland Protection Act to cover those as well, that would be an opportunity to get more staffing for the Shoreland Protection Program to handle that additional workload. But I think in terms of building resilience would be important. The road exemption, where there's a road between the property and the development, that I think Senator Rogers had gotten put in, would be nice to get rid of that, because those properties can still have impacts on the lake, even with a road in between them. So those are the big things. I will just mention that one of the things I wish to do, I'm hoping to do before I retire, is to be able to come up with, we've been working on lake biocriteria, which can help us actually determine whether or not our lakes are meeting the biological integrity standards of the Clean Water Act. And we all know that shoreland development does impact biological communities, and that is one of the stressors that are there. So to address these lakes that have kind of gone past a tipping point, the ones that have very heavily been developed in poor manner because unfortunately we repealed our Shoreland Protection Act and let a lot of that development go in over the last 50 years, that could have been done in a more responsible way, or more lake friendly way. But to call out those lakes with the weather that are really impacting biological communities, list those lakes as impaired, that for habitat and biota, that would then, I think, give us an opportunity to figure out ways to then do some restoration work on those lakes, where we're getting beyond lake-wise and we're getting into actual active restoration of the lakes that we unfortunately could have protected from this kind of development had that act been passed.
Right,
So.
great. Thank you, Kelly. Bob Boyce from Lake Raponda. Do you want to go
Yeah,
ahead and ask your question?
Thank you. I just want to say, first of all, thank you very much. It's nice to see the enthusiasm. I've worked on the regulatory program for 30 years in a different state, and you still have enthusiasm, which is great. I have a quick question for either Misha or Laura regarding even exempt activities have impacts on lakes. For example, when you talked a little bit about your septic replacement project, it takes a while for lawns to get stabilized, and actually the other example I have is sort of paving gravelled areas, gravel parking lots. Under the regulation, I think both are considered impervious areas, so it's an exempt activity. The outcome of the gravel of the pavement is you now have a nice oil slick in the lake for the next 3 or 4 days. So how do you deal with these things?
Yeah, it kind of comes down to how the law is structured, and how it regulates those surfaces. And yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean, there's exempt activities that still have impacts. There are other programs like the wetlands program. Their approach to protecting wetlands, it's not necessarily a footprint approach, but also they kind of manage the amount of fill that might be involved with the project going into a wetland. And so we regulate fill in lakes and ponds under lake encroachment, but when it comes to like fill on the lake shore, that's where shoreline protection doesn't really interact with the amount of fill. So you could regrade an entire grass lawn, add a ton of fill. That's a lot of earthwork, a lot of things moving around, but shoreline doesn't interact with that. And so, I think it would need a different approach to regulating activities along the shoreline, more than just what an expansion of a footprint might be. It would need to kind of like fundamentally change what the jurisdictional triggers might be. And yeah, as Kelly noted, I mean, she identified the road exemption. If a public road goes through the shoreland, everything on the non-lake side is exempt. There's many exemptions within the law. And so, like, paving over a dirt road, it would just, it would take a change to the law itself, and probably like a pretty in-depth think tank on how we would reapproach that.
But just to also say that even if something is exempt, like regrading a lawn near the lake, if there is a direct discharge of soil into the lake, that is a violation of the water quality regulations for the state. So that is something, even though it didn't require shoreland authorization, even though it's not regulated under shoreland, it's still a violation of Vermont's water quality rules. So that's something that an environmental enforcement officer would go out, require them to fix it, put up a silt fence to stabilize it, and then, there could be restoration or fines or whatever it might be. But it's still, even if shoreline protection doesn't regulate it, there are protections against discharging into a surface water.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. So, I mean, the message is that you're never really, any activity has an impact.
Mm-hmm.
And the impact people need to be aware of the shore. Anybody living along the shore needs to be aware that even though they're exempt from the Shoreline Protection Act, there is a potential impact. So please put up your silt fence. Please put up your hill.
100%.
And
100%.
so, so that you don't end into trouble. And I think, for me anyway, I think the key relationship in there needs to be the contractor. Contractors need to be aware of what's going on. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. Wow, I think this was great. I think clearly we could keep talking about this for hours, but I think that we probably should take a break right now. Thank you, Laura. Thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that Laura put a screenshot in there of the Natural Resources Atlas in the chat.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, I think there's some more things in the chat, so people take a look at that. And if there's additional questions that have popped up in the chat that we haven't been able to answer right now, we will send them to appropriate people to get answers for you. So if we miss something, don't despair. We'll try to get you answers. So we're running a little bit late. It's 12:15 now, but we planned a half-hour lunch break. So why don't we break for lunch and resume it's going to be a little bit later, but we'll resume at 12:45. And at that point, we'll have a DEC update from Pete LaFlamme and Bethany Sargent, and then we'll move into a report on the summary from the survey of the lake representatives, and then we'll be doing individual lake reports. So let's take a break for lunch, half an hour, and we'll return at 12:45. Thank you again, everybody. Misha, Kelly, Laura, and Allison, thank you so much. This was just a great morning and so interesting and helpful. So thanks a lot, everybody.
Thanks. Really appreciate it.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. We are back. Still getting people back from lunch, but I want to get going because we were running a little late. So we're going to move on to an update from DEC. So I want to welcome Pete LaFlamme, who is the Director of the Watershed Management Division, and Bethany Sargent, who is the Deputy Director of the Watershed Management Division. So I think we're pretty much all back. So welcome, Pete and Bethany.
Great. Thank you so much, Pat. We're very pleased to be able to join you today for your annual meeting. And for folks, I think many folks probably realize that Bethany and I have also been able to join all of the board meetings that Pat and her board have had. And we really greatly appreciate the relationship between the state agency and FOBLAP. We share common goals in terms of the protection and maintenance of our wonderful lakes in Vermont, and the partnership goes a long ways towards helping that out. And I'll just take a moment here in the beginning and just, for folks that aren't aware, the Lakes and Ponds program, we've been running without a manager. Oliver Pearson was the previous manager of that program. We have some exciting news to share today that we'll share in a moment, but we do, it's one of the 8 programs in our watershed management division. The Lakes program is, and it benefits from the work that our other programs in the division do. Our rivers program, our wetlands program, our wastewater management, stormwater, our CAFO agricultural discharge control program, and our TMDL and monitoring work that also goes on in the division. All taken together, you know, lakes are a vital part of watersheds in Vermont and are also affected greatly by what goes on in watersheds. And so when we formed the Watershed Management Division 15 years ago, we recognized that fact and we put in place programs and permitting, regulations, funding, all designed to make watersheds work better and to promote the protection and restoration, in some cases, of our lakes and our other surface water resources in Vermont. So that's the relationship the Lakes program does have. They're a vital part of our Watershed Management Division, and we work together across all 8 of our programs in the division to comprehensively manage waters. All of that said, there still are a lot of challenges. You all know, as stewards and residents of many of our lakes in Vermont, you recognize the challenges that we do have still, and yet we work hard to try to overcome those challenges and to improve the overall quality of our surface water resources. So with all of that said, I'm going to pause for a second and hand it over to Bethany to talk a little bit about 2 of the 2 positions within our 15-member Lakes program, and then we'll turn back to actual work that's going on in the Lakes program. I know that you've all heard from Kelly and from Misha and Allison and Laura DeLugalecki this morning about some of the work going on in the program. There are a number of exciting initiatives going on in the program right now, and we did want to bring people up to speed on those initiatives as well. But first, for updates on staffing, I'll turn to Bethany.
Yeah, so as Pete had mentioned, thank you. You know, we have been supporting the program, standing in the place since Oliver had left as the program manager. And so, you know, after 3 recruitment efforts, we're really excited to have Jenny Austin start in early October. So about a month from now, she'll be coming on board. She has worked for Maryland, or in the state of Maryland, as a watershed planner and a water quality specialist for more than 12 years. So she's coming in with a good scientific background and manager of their water quality monitoring and assessment and planning work in her department. And so she's been living abroad with her family. So she has been living in Seoul, Korea. So not able to join us before she gets to Vermont, a little bit of a time difference there. But we have met with her in person. She was in the States for several weeks this summer to, you know, visit Vermont and, you know, get to know Vermont a little bit better. And we're very excited to have her coming on board. Her start date officially is October 7th. So there will be some time in terms of getting her up to speed on lake issues, on, you know, the challenges and the opportunities that Pete and I will be talking about in a little bit. The other new member I wanted to introduce you, who actually starts on Monday. So on September 9th is Ryan Walquist. So he's going to be leading the monitoring and assessment section within the Lakes program. So helping to coordinate, integrate a lot of the excellent work that Kelly Merrill does, Peter Isles, Kelsey Colbert, Mark Mitchell. So they had been working sort of independently, obviously coordinating amongst one another, but we're very excited to bring in Ryan. He's worked for USGS, for the Fish and Wildlife Service, and done a lot of great monitoring and assessment work on the Great Lakes, and so comes to this position with a wealth of experience as well. So he is since relocated to Vermont, and yeah, we'll be starting on Monday. So there is an infusion of new staff into the program. As you know as well, that we had one vacant position within the aquatic invasive species section, and we're in the hiring process for that position. So that's a position funded through the Lake Champlain Basin program that will be helping to support the aquatic invasive species management work within the Lake Champlain Basin in Vermont. So yeah, very excited to have the additional expertise, the additional capacity, and just the new eyes and experience that these new staff people will bring to the program. So excited to finally share that news with you after a long recruitment effort, and wanting to make sure we got the right person into the manager role, and I feel like we've done that. So looking forward to having her come on board.
Bethany spoke a little bit about the work of the program. And again, just for those that may not look at org charts on a daily basis or engage with the overall program on a daily basis, the 15 folks within the Lakes program, 15, including the manager, are, as you all know, or as many of you know, are sort of divided into three different discrete sections. And Ryan Wohlquist is going to be heading up our lakes monitoring and assessment work. I think many of you know Kim Jensen, who heads up the aquatic invasive species prevention, management, and regulation section. And as Bethany just said, she has brought on 2 staff under her already and is bringing a 3rd on as we speak. They've identified a good person for that role and will be moving that hiring action forward. So Kim's section will be fully staffed. And then finally, the section that you heard from a lot this morning, the Lakes Regulation, Restoration, and Planning section, headed up by Misha Setner, with Laura DeLugalecki, Allison Marchioni, and Laura Woods, is doing an incredible amount of work right now. And we are pursuing 3 major initiatives. So wanted to talk a little bit about those initiatives. All of them, I'm sure you're well aware of, but just to review them, the first and I'd say most overwhelming initiative that Misha's section has been dealing with, and Laura DeLugalecki and Laura Woods have really put a ton of work and energy into, is the rollout of our first in the nation regulations around wake boats, statewide regulations around wake boats. And, that has been at times a difficult rollout this summer. There has been some contention, there has been some confusion and concerns expressed around this. We're going to reevaluate this fall after a summer's worth of experience with the wake boat rule and the rollout of it. And we're taken together. I think you all recognize it's an enormous lift on the part of the state, and a lift that was assimilated by existing staff that were already busy doing other work. But we felt like the agency and the division and the program all felt like this was an important undertaking. And so it has rolled out. There have been hiccups along the way, but overall, I think it has gone well. There are questions. We have currently now 9 petitions for 9 lakes to 9 of the 30 where wake boating is currently authorized. 9 of those 30 lakes currently have petitions in to reevaluate wake boating on their individual lakes. We're collecting all of those, and we've told folks that we will be evaluating those petitions in greater detail come November at the end of the summer season, when permitting slows a bit and when boating has ended for the year. We'll be taking a look at those petitions, and we'll also be taking a look at where we are in terms of the rollout of the rule. Other states, we've received a number of calls from other states that are entertaining the idea of doing what Vermont has done and wanting to learn from what we have experienced, lessons learned, things we would do differently. And there are certainly a few, and I'm sure some of you, many of you may have ideas on that as well. Decontamination is another major issue that we want to look at this fall. Kim Jensen and her crew of now 3 permanent employees and a whole collection of summer seasonal temps work hard at standing up decontamination sites around the state, and many of you participate in volunteer efforts through greeter programs and doing decon work. It's a shaky system, and we want to be able to look at that more comprehensively this fall. So we're going to start a process, and we've spoken with the board about this, the FOBLAP board already about this, but we would like to involve some of you in that process and looking at, are we, is this the best situation for doing decon? Is the existing situation ideal? Could it be improved? Should we look at different ways of doing decontamination and therefore reducing the probability or the possibility of aquatic invasive spread? And especially, the focus on this was certainly spotlighted even brighter as a result of the wake boat discussions and knowledge around wake boats and their ballast systems. And we want to look at how can we do a better job of this. Again, this was really spotlighted. Kim and her crew have done an incredible amount of work over the years, standing up a system with, probably not the right set of resources, either staffing or money or external entities to help support this. So that's an effort that we're going to kick off again this fall, with Kim and others helping to lead the charge in terms of evaluating, our existing system and what improvements we could make and what it would take to make those improvements to the system, in preparation for the next field season. Do we need to go to the legislature? Do we need to go to the administration? Do we have the perfect system right now? Again, it depends a lot on the volunteer work that many of you participate in and many of your lake associations participate in. So that's a second major initiative that we're going to greet Jenny at the door with, but we'll also be supporting as well. And then the third, is looking at, as I was mentioning in my opening remarks, we are evaluating lakes based on their setting and watersheds, right? And so looking at lakes and looking at maintaining low nutrient levels in lakes to prevent excess growth of algae, excess growth of aquatic weeds, of cyanos, of everything else. Really, we have to look at the watershed to be effective. We look at the riparian area of the lake, and we now have a terrific shoreland management regulation, and this is the 10th anniversary of this, as you've heard, and that goes a significant way towards minimizing nutrient contributions to lakes, but also watersheds, and what's going on upstream of the lake within the watershed is an important part of the control strategy as well. And our LWAPs, or our Lake Watershed Action Plans, help to highlight that. Even after we get the watershed contribution under control, and that's an important next step, is to reduce riparian loadings, to reduce watershed loadings. There still could be legacy concentrations of phosphorus within lakes. We saw that in Lake Maury this past year, or over the past several years, and took action this past year with a new and revamped process for evaluating and permitting alum treatments. Lake Carmi is currently undergoing that same process. anticipating an alum treatment to reduce the sediment load, the internal load, so to speak, of phosphorus coming out of the sediment. The alum treatments are appropriate in cases where the sediment load is now comprising a significant portion, the majority portion of loading after we get the watershed load under control. Well, are there other lakes where we should be looking at this and starting to evaluate that is another major initiative. A combination of the lakes monitoring folks, lake assessment folks, and another program within our division, our NPDES permitting program, that actually issues the permits and does the careful implementation work so that we're not curing one problem and causing other problems, specifically aluminum toxicity on aquatic life. So that's a third and significant initiative that the Lakes program is currently undertaking and moving forward, all the while continuing the intensive monitoring efforts across the state and throughout Lake Champlain, continuing to do the work around evaluating shoreline management and lake encroachment permits, pushing out all of the work, the important work in terms of retrofitting through the Lakewise program, and then all of the invasive species control work, be it water chestnut on Champlain, be it Eurasian water milfoil on Champlain and our inland lakes, or the work to prevent spread of aquatic nuisance species. That really forms the priority work within the Lakes program. It's a 15-person program, and those 15 folks are incredibly busy, but they do form a really important part of our division and work collaboratively with the other programs in the division, all towards our goal, again, of overall surface water management and improvement. I'm going to stop there. We actually have Bethany and I both have a 1 o'clock meeting that we can be a few minutes late to, but I wanted to leave a little bit of time for any pressing questions that you may have. And if you're not able to get to them today, I'm sure that Pat would be willing to ask them of us at our next board meeting as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Pete and Bethany, and that's great news about the new person coming in. So are there any questions for Pete and Bethany? If you just want to raise your hand, or I don't know, Jackie, is there anything on the chat? Did anybody put anything in the chat? Anybody have questions? No questions. Wow.
I answered everything.
You must have. I mean, that was
that after lunch slot.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I know. Sorry
It's
about that.
No, I'm just teasing.
Well,
actually, Jean Marie has a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Unmute, please.
Go ahead and unmute.
Okay, we're on a Star Lake is a part wetland. And I'm wondering what that treatment is that you mentioned for the phosphorus load. I'm fairly new here, so I'm not sure what I'm spelling out. You said something like alum treatment?
Sure, Jean Marie. It's alum, A-L-U-M.
Okay.
Right.
We have a huge nutrient load that's creating a big invasive problem. So we've been trying to deal with it for a while.
Mm-hmm. And again, this is something that is evaluated first by our monitoring and assessment folks within the Lakes program. I don't personally know where Star Lake is in that sort of range. Again, it does require the monitoring work, the evaluation work. I'll talk to our folks, and if Star is not already something that they're aware of, certainly we'll make them aware of it. I know Star a little bit in terms of, I know that it is heavily dominated by the wetland environment, which is also something that, our wetlands program will have a word to say about as well. We don't want to, adversely affect one resource for another. So it's something that we would, obviously take a close look at. Alum is really appropriate when there is a lake that's being dominated by its internal load after, after we've controlled the watershed load and looked at where the lake concentrations are relative to appropriate concentrations for that particular water body. If it is dominated by internal load, then it is potentially a candidate. It's not something that we're using, willy-nilly, but instead, we focused on a few lakes, a handful of lakes in the state thus far.
Okay.
But thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, I don't want to keep you because I know we're already making you late. You can blame your staff because they were so great. We had so many questions and so much good discussion. It was hard to stop. So just want to thank you, Pete and Bethany. And yeah, we will relay any other questions if they come up this afternoon. We'll relay them on to you.
Terrific.
So again, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And we're really looking forward to meeting Jenny.
Great. Well, thanks, Pat. We really appreciate the opportunity to come and speak, and we'll be seeing you, I'm sure, at an upcoming board meeting.
Yes, very soon. Thank you.
All.
All right,
Thanks.
take care.
Thank you. All right, that's great news to move on with. I'm going to turn things over to Dave Johnson again, and he's going to give us a brief report on the survey that was sent out to lake representatives a little bit earlier. So go ahead, Dave.
Yes. Okay. So we've done this in the last few years at this meeting where we asked the voting members to fill out, voting association members to fill out a survey letting us know what issues they're facing, challenges that they've met over the last year. And, in this particular case, we had a question about flood impacts, and also, again, about what FOVLAP can do for you. So I wanted to just quickly show you the results of that survey. We had 20 responses, and, in this case, we had this list of lakes. I won't dwell on that. We have various associations with those lakes. And the first interesting question was, rank the top 3 activities of your lake association over the last year in terms of effort and cost. And you can see the tally here. Milfoil management, as it has done for the last couple of years, is the highest effort. Greeter program is next. And as I scroll through here, you can see the scores that other activities got. People are beginning to work on watershed action plans. Lakewise participation has ticked up, I think, compared to recent years. And also, this probably reflects the petitions that were mentioned concerning wakeboat regulation on individual lakes. So that was that question. There was an option to give other as one of the top 3, and I won't read through these, but you can read them yourself. And then another question was, rank order by the current level of concern in your organization the top 3 long-term threats posed by the following from highest to lowest. And here again, I'll just scroll, I'll hover over these things so you can see what they were. But again, the biggest concern long-term continues to be the spread and management of aquatic invasive species. This one, overdevelopment was a concern on a couple of lakes. Increasing nutrient levels in lakes and threats of nuisance weeds and algae blooms.
Yeah.
It is probably the second ranked is impact of number of shoreline erosion during floods. This, I think, was a new category this year. Let's see, compliance and enforcement of lake protection regulations. Dam safety is a big issue for some lakes. And here we had a few others identified as well. And I'll let you read those. Phragmites has come up on a number of these surveys, and hopefully we'll be able to have a webinar devoted to that in the near future. Then we had this question this year because of the flooding. You know, how was your lake impacted by summer floods this year and last year? And you can see that many lakes had reductions in water clarity, shoreline erosion was a concern. Enhanced road erosion also was a big issue. Less important was septic system failures, damage to shoreline structures, increase in hazardous floating material. And I guess this was maybe other again. Yes. Lake depth decreased. Yeah. Okay. Then do you have suggestions to improve the Shoreland Protection Act compliance? And here again, there was a menu of things to choose from, and many people chose most or all of them. But you can see here the ones that got the most attention were annual training for realtors, municipalities, and lake associations. But many of these things were touched on in the talks this morning. Then let's see, briefly describe a recent success achieved by your organization. And I'm not going to read these, but I'll scroll through them slowly and let you read down through this list. Okay, then we had a question of how Fog Lab can help your lake association. And here again, I'll scroll through these. I would say these suggestions are very helpful to the Fog Lab board. We look through them whenever we're thinking about, you know, what webinars to hold, how we can better engage with the associations. So this is very helpful for us. And I think this is the final question, again, regarding areas that we could have future webinars address. And I'll again scroll through these. Okay. Anybody have any questions on this survey? All right. I think the next session is the individual lake reports. And what I would propose to do there is to go through this list again. And if these folks are still present, or if the representatives are still present, we'll just use this list to guide us through this, where each representative in turn would spend a couple of minutes talking about the issues that their association faced and the impacts of the flooding, how FOVLAP could help them, those sorts of topics. And maybe as an example, I can go first if you like. So let's see, I did jot down some things here. Let me just get my
Dave, I
notes
wonder
together.
if we could stop sharing so that we can see everybody.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah.
That's perfect. Okay.
Dave, before you begin, I just thought of something that I wanted to throw out there. I recently had a town clerk tell me that if DEC developed a poster regarding the Shoreland Protection Act, that she would be willing to put it in her office. Now, obviously, towns that don't have bodies of water and would be dealing with that, it probably might not make sense. But certainly for some towns, when it would have been nice if I could have asked that to Misha earlier, if anyone has ever thought of that, if they had developed some kind of visual display that town clerks could put, so that when people walked in, instead of the town clerk being in a position to being asked about certain specific requirements of the Shoreline Protection Act, they could just point to the poster and say, well, you can read some of the issues here. This is where you need to go to get that information.
Right.
I don't know if that has ever been considered. There's some town clerks that might say, well, there's, many different laws. We don't want to totally enclose our offices with all these different, informational devices. But in this particular case, I would think towns that do have water dealing with that, they might be interested in that. So that might be something we could ask DEC if that's something they'd ever consider doing.
It's a good idea. Thank you, Jay. Good thought.
I just wanted to, before we begin, the report says, Jean Marie, if you can see your chat box, Kelly sent some links for you to look at.
Thanks, Jackie. Okay, Dave.
Okay, so I'll give a report from Lake Dunmore and Fern Lake, and then we'll go through that list that I showed you, and I'll call each lake name out in turn after I give my presentation, and just speak right up, and we'll proceed. So progress on our lakes. We are 3 years into a watershed action plan. We have 3 projects complete. We're currently working on 4 others. And, we've learned some lessons here. One is that some of our projects have been slowed by the need for Vermont Department of Historical Preservation review, and also by the requirements for signed maintenance access agreements from each landowner for stormwater improvements. These are things that are funded by Clean Water Initiative. Let's see, this has been the second year that we've had 200-foot buoys placed to give guidance to boaters to stay the required distance from shore without if they're making a wake. And I'd say reactions are mixed, but the majority are positive. And we are continually getting requests for more buoys. We placed 37 this year. So it's becoming a little bit of a maintenance issue. But anyway, I think it's serving a good purpose, and we're going to continue it. We had our second successful Procellacor treatment this year on Lake Dunmore. We last treated in 2020. And this year we treated about 40 acres, which is a very small percentage of all littoral zone. We'll likely be seeking a new herbicide permit next year for Fern Lake, where milfoil is becoming difficult to manage by other means. Our association is thankful for the advocacy by FOVLAP on behalf of Vermont Lakes to gain more support for breeder programs and milfoil management. And we're also very thankful for DEC's Lake Monitoring, La Rosa Partnership, and Lakewise programs. Okay, so then let's hear from Averill Lakes.
So do you want me to go through what we've been doing or what we're struggling with? You did both. Is that okay? Okay.
Well, both.
Okay,
both.
I'll try to be.
Yeah, both. I mean,
Okay.
whatever
so,
you think is most important.
What we've done this year is, it's 2 lakes, so that's a lot of work. I'm only on 1 lake, different cultures. So I did successfully do a greeter program. It was abbreviated in the sense that it was just July and August, Saturday and Sunday, because of funding. What I saw, what we would need in the future is we'd like to expand that. We have really no way of washing our boats other than we spray with vinegar and wipe down with a sponge. I'm going to meet with Olin in October about that. We don't have water source, we don't have electricity. So that's a big issue for us. And then a place to store the material. My greeters had to bring stuff back and forth. So that was another issue. So we're working on that. We started the initiation of an LWAP. We were awarded an LWAP and the preliminaries happened this summer. I haven't gotten the results of that yet. I'll know that at the next meeting. We've been able to increase membership, which has been great. There's more involvement in both lakes. We do volunteer testing on both lakes through the Lake Monitoring Program, and we have a La Rosa project for tributary testing on just 1 lake, because again, what Kelly Merrill expressed was they'd love to do that, but someone has to process the data. They don't have the support. So I think I'll switch now to, and there's also been some development and people not following the rules. And we heard all that earlier. I don't have to go through that about enforcement. And so our challenges, I think, have been, again, some of it's due to the staffing of DEC. One of my volunteers literally has to drive 50 miles, it's 47 to 50 miles to deliver all of the sampling from the Lay Monitoring and the La Rosa project. They used to come up and pick it up at the store and they didn't have the staff to do that. So every 2 weeks she would have to drive to Silvio Conti, like this place. So more involvement of the volunteers. It was above and beyond what they had signed up for, but they are doing it. So that was a little stressful. And then the washer issue is a big problem for us, I think. Trying to figure that out. It feels a little Mickey Mouse, the vinegar and the sponge. So if we can't really decontaminate, it feels like, we're just educating, right? So that's one thing.
So you should wrap it up if you can.
Yeah, and so I think that would really be the stressors that we had this summer that got uncovered. How's that?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Black River Action. Kelly?
Kelly had to leave for another meeting.
Okay. Echo Lake Property Owners Association.
Yeah, hi. I represent Echo Lake in Sudbury, Hubbardton. And we're a small lake with only about 15 houses on the lake. We all, pretty much everyone on the lake belongs to our association, meet regularly. One of our major projects, as always, has been the milfoil abatement efforts that we're undergoing. We're doing okay with the goals of maintaining openings around the owner's docks and swimming areas. and boating access from the South Shore. But we're not doing okay in terms of anything related to really total control of the milfoil on the lake. And in particular, at the south end, there's a large mass that's been accumulating over the years that we're trying to work on. We try to work on a consensus basis in the association. We do have some pushback from some options for treatment. We're currently using the vacuum harvesting and also some benthic max south end of the lake. Use of herbicides is not something we've been able to achieve any sense of consensus on, and so any information that could be provided that would make people feel more comfortable with that is something that I'd be happy to provide our members with. Major issues with the lake, the milfoil. We've had some issues with beavers causing increase on the lake levels the last several years. VTrans has this year taken care of the beavers. The lake's down to its normal level. And we had some water clarity issues early in the year, but I think that's just because of the high temperatures and large amount of rainfall. Lake's pretty clear right now. We're all in all happy group. I was interested to find out that we were part of a LWAP program for Lake Bomoseen. We've had an initial meeting with the representatives of that program. We drain into Lake Bomoseen, but a little frustrated that we've not yet been able to get approval for the engineer to come and do an assessment on our lake to figure out what we might do to the overall efforts of that LWAP. I think that's about it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Kent, Friends of Northern Lake Champlain.
Thanks, Dave. I'm going to apologize. I'm not going to turn on my video. I've got the same problem of appearing upside down as I did at a recent meeting. I don't have it figured out yet. For the past year, for the Friends, though, we had one really great completion of an implementation project to reduce sediment and phosphorus loading into the impaired Deerbrook, and that was at the intersection of Route 7 and 104A. We installed a double deep sump to catch stormwater that was coming off the interstate that was built 60 years ago with what we know now are undersized dimensions. And we've been very active in that site, and through a very complicated process of working with VTrans, DEC, EPA, LCBP, we finally got that project completed 15 years after it was identified. So that was a great cause, a great celebration. Our staff, we thought we were in great shape with a new project manager. That manager, she terminated her relationship, and today we just put out an agreement with a new interviewee. I think we're going to have somebody on board and running again the 1st of October. We're very excited about that because we have completed the Fairfield Pond LWAP, and there are 8 high priority projects that have been identified. We should be able to go to the Ag Agency, to our clean water service provider, and a number of funding groups to try to get some implementation projects going quickly on I think there are 8 that are at 30% designed right now, so that should go quickly. And we're also wrapping up our rock subwatershed grant, where we've been testing 16 sites in a highly agricultural land use area that had been not showing any difference in testing results. So we broke
You could wrap up, Kent.
14 subwatersheds, and we're zeroing in on the trouble spots. So thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Kent. Okay, Friends of Waterbury Reservoir. Francine, are you still with us? Okay, we'll move on. Stu Arnold from Greensboro Association. All right.
I don't think I see Stu.
Polly from Halls Lake Association.
Hello, thank you. Halls Lake has been busy. Last year, we voted in a new slate of officers who are very enthusiastic, but very, very green. So we are trying to get up the learning curve on how to effectively act as a lake association. Some things that have been going on, we applied for and were awarded the ANC grant for milfoil control. So we're in the process of managing the milfoil harvest, which has exploded this year. And we also had quite a bit more training with VIPs for our lake. We're in the middle of a lake watershed action plan with Fitzgerald Environmental Associations. We received the Gold Award status through Lakewise. Thank you very much to Allison Marchione and her team of very responsive seasonal technicians that have been out to the lake several times. We were also awarded a Clean Water Workforce Capacity Development Grant for the purpose of improving our organizational structure so that we can do more clean water work. A big thanks to Jennifer Hopkins and Dave Johnson and Pat Suozi for their assistance in applying for these grants. We're looking forward to positioning ourselves to address the work that is ahead of us. One thing that we're looking for is better ways to characterize the milfoil infestation that we have in terms of density and location so that we can better create an effective long-term management plan for the milfoil. And we're also, as I said, looking for assistance in terms of how to create a more robust organizational structure so that we can administer these grants that we have in place. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Thanks, Polly.
Thanks, Polly. Jim Hogle, you have your hand up. Do you have a question for Polly or a comment?
I just wanted to say that in terms of monitoring milfoil, we found that drone footage is very useful, especially this time of year. The milfoil's up at lake level. It's turning reddish brown. It's easy to spot and differentiate from other plants. And it's a great way to look at the density and location of milfoil on the lake.
Great. Thank you.
Great. Thank you
Thanks.
very much, Jim.
Thanks, Jim. Okay.
Okay, Liz from Lake Bomoseen Association.
Hello, everyone. Let's see if I can get my video going. So I'm not just a box with a name. Am I on here? I guess I am.
You are on, yes.
Yep.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Lake Bomoseen has had a busy year. We added days and hours for our greeters program. We did that with a lot of funds that we were not using on harvesting, because prior to that, we were using most of all the money we raised to run the harvesting machines. We did see more wake boats come through with the program. We had 40 this year as opposed to 26 last year that came through the greeters program. Could be also partly because we had more days and hours. On Lake Bomoseen, we had Dash available via the Lake Bomoseen Preservation Trust. We donated our harvester to the Lake Bomoseen Preservation Trust because as an organization, we feel that harvesting exacerbates the problem. But at the same time, we recognize that a lot of people at the north of the lake need a little relief and navigation channels. So the Lake Bomoseen Preservation Trust took that on, and I think that those, we have 4 organizations on our lake right now, and we enjoy working together with the LBPT and also the one called Friends Up North that deal with a lot of problems with milfoil. We had 2 surveys the last 2 years. Arrowwood Engineering surveyed our whole lake, and we have yet to get the results from this year. But that will be interesting. There were a lot of reports that the milfoil was lighter this year. I think that part of that could be maybe that we didn't harvest for 2 years.
You could wrap up, Liz. Thanks.
Okay, yeah. Anyway, that's all. I mean, we had our challenges, I think, are education. We have 900 lake residents or homes on the lake, and it's often hard to get everyone to be on the same page or to be gathering together. So that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Liz. Let's see, is there anyone here from Lake Bomoseen Preservation Trust who may not have been here this morning?
Oh, thank
Okay,
you.
we'll move on then. And same question, I guess, for Lake Carmi Campers Association.
I don't see Pete Benevento here. I don't
And
see
also
him.
for Lake Eden Association. All right, then we'll move on to Glenn from Lake Elmore Association.
Hey, Dave, thank you. We have some good news and bad news at Lake Elmore. The July flooding hit our community and lake pretty hard. It's the second year in a row that we had some major flooding on the lake. This year was worse. I've seen it. I mean, we had docks and boats floating. They all broke free. And we also had 2 slope failures at 2 properties where the slopes actually failed and went into the lake. So the flooding was bad, and that carried over most of the summer as the water clarity was pretty bad. And that even had an impact on our divers that we had out here. The first time they were out, they had to leave, which was right after the rainstorm. Could only see about 6 inches in front of them, and then they came back. But the good news is our greeter program's been pretty successful this year. We're running about a 20% increase in inspections from last year. Our milfoil seems to be at a maintenance point. We're doing pretty well. We're definitely controlling the milfoil population. We went from very dense population to a scattered areas right now where we're hand picking and doing some suction harvesting also. Couple other things, we're continuing to participate in the Lakewise program, which has been great. And we hope to start 2 watershed projects that are scheduled to begin in late September and early October. And that's about a wrap.
Glenn, since you didn't use all your time, I'll ask a question. Were you able to control boat traffic during these flooding events?
To be honest with you, people stayed out. We had dock sections floating all over the place.
Okay.
There were some boats that did get out, and they caused more of a mess. So we tried to get everybody to stay off the lake because people's docks were underwater. And boats were just hanging on, so any type of wake was just making things worse. So until the water went down, we had very little boat traffic on the lake.
All right, thanks, Glenn. All
Dave,
right,
we
moving
do have
on.
someone from Lake Eden. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, you do? Okay.
I just put something in text box. I mean, the chat box.
Okay, go ahead. Is it Colleen?
Lori is the one that.
Lori. Okay, go ahead, Lake Eden.
Just trying to unmute.
Okay, I think we're all
There
set.
there you are.
We have Art Crusillo here. Hang on.
Okay.
Hi. Should I
Hi,
start?
Art.
Hi, this is Art Casillo. I've been president of the Lake Eden Association for the last, I don't know, 15 years or so. We started the greeter program and the VIP program probably about 14 years ago or so, if not more. And we've been getting grants since then. As you may know, we finally ended up getting Eurasian milfoil about 2 years ago. We knew from the get-go that it was inevitable. We were surrounded by it. And that's why we started the greeter program and the VIP program many years ago. So we had a rapid response because one of the people that lived around the lake noticed it and came to me. We identified it. This was a Saturday, Sunday. I called Kim Jensen, and she got back to me Monday morning. She was out there, I think it was Monday that same day or Tuesday the next day. She got us a grant. So ever since, we've been doing the dash. We've had them twice this year for a total of 7 or 8 days, and we had them last year, and they're coming back again the end of September for a third time. In addition to that, we have a very active, it's kind of a combination of VIP people and snorkelers we have 5 snorkelers, each of which have an air device. So they're capable of going down and staying down as a result of the air device. So the VIP people throw out these orange buoys. We have about 50 buoys that we purchase. And then the divers and myself, we go out and retrieve those buoys and clean up that area. So we've been doing that. We're applying for a permit to use the Procella up by the boat launch, because there's a bunch of milfoil, but it's very, very shallow water. It's right up to the shoreline and is very mucky. So there's no way that Dash or our divers can deal with it.
If you could wrap up shortly, please.
We're hoping to get that permit and to continue our efforts trying to keep this at bay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's see, Lake Fairleigh Association.
Hi, thanks. This is Sean Brown from the Lake Fairleigh Association. So our biggest challenge continues to be milfoil control and programs on hand pulling to empower lake users to be able to identify milfoil growing around their docks and swim areas and being able to remove it themselves rather than relying on the Lake Association to expend resources to do that for them. So that's been somewhat successful. More to come. We're going to continue to work on that throughout the next year. We also deployed a buoy system to highlight known milfoil beds. It's not been entirely successful. I think a lot of boaters ignore the buoys and ride right over them, as witnessed by many people this year. But hopefully next year we'll build some bigger buoys and conduct some education with some of the camps and boat owners to be able to stay out of those areas to keep fragmentation down. Our greeter program continues to be a big success and is continuously staffed from May through October. One of our board members conducted a training for identifying and evaluating wake boats that are being launched, and for the greeters to be able to work with boat owners on locating and adhering to the wake sport zone on Lake Fairleigh. And then lastly, I want to put in a plug for the Lake Fairleigh Loon Cam. This is our second successful year of live streaming our loon nest on YouTube all summer long. The nest was provided by the Vermont Center for Eco Studies. We have one healthy chick that continues to do well, and we have fans from all over the world who log on to check out the loon cam throughout the season. I believe we're still the only loon cam in the state of Vermont. So if you're interested in putting a loon cam on your lake, please be sure to get in touch with me. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. All right, let's see, anyone here from Lake Groton? All right, Jan Parsons from Lake Harvey Association.
Okay, let's see. Where am I?
You're on.
You're on. You're
Oh,
on,
I'm in.
Jen.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, I can't see me. Okay, yes, Jan Parsons from Harvey's Lake. And the good news is our greeter program is going beautifully. It continues to be effective. We cover 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. And this year We had an outstanding staff. It was an excellent season in that regard. Wake boats, we have one or two, and they're not, well, one behaves well and one not so much. And we have done a lot of research, and as a lake association, this summer we voted to pursue a petition to eliminate wake sports. And a committee of 4 is working on text, reviewing other petitions, and we hope to have that wrapped up and ready to go in another few weeks. The flood of July 10th was powerful enough to unleash 3.5 feet to 4 feet of water, mostly coming from the South Peachum Brook, which had never before gone through a field, over the road, into the parking lot, and right down through the beach instead of sticking to its channel. So that was a cause of huge damage. Can repeat what other folks said about boats and docks floating around. The beach was completely destroyed. So, and even now, well, no, now the water has improved, but it was murky for weeks. But we are fortunate to be working with Mark Mitchell from Lakes and Ponds and DEC, doing testing and checking on our water quality and what's going on. We have a very active environmental committee. We have gotten word that our dam is a low hazard dam. That is a big relief, and that is enabling us to make much needed repairs. So in many ways, after a very rough summer, things are looking up. We hope to be doing a watershed action plan in the near future. And we really appreciate the advocacy and education that FOVLAP provides, and all the assistance from the Lakes and Ponds staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Is Dave here from Lake Hortonia Property Owners Association? Okay, we'll move on then. Let's see. Next up is Lake Iroquois Association.
Pat, Jane had to leave. Would you like to report, or would you like me to?
Karen, why don't you go ahead and report?
Okay. I'm Karen Valenti from the Lake Iroquois Association. I'll give you a little bit of sad news first. We had 2 baby loons who didn't make it throughout the summer. But the good news is that on Memorial Day weekend, we had a friend-raising event. So we had free admission to the beach and free ice cream cones and hot dogs. And we'll probably continue to do that. That was a lot of fun. We increased our greeter program by a half day. And as of today, the numbers show that we had 607 more boats come to the lake this year from 56 other bodies of water. We had 2 plant surveys this year. At our annual meeting in July, we had Chris Herrick, the Commissioner of Fish and Wildlife, and we also had Heather Pembroke, who's the Deputy Commissioner of Vermont DEC, and they were great. We had a lot of people there. It was enjoyable. We had a successful Priscilla treatment in July, and we actually now have a quality assurance project plan from the watershed action plan for the Lake Iroquois watershed. That's it.
Thank you. Vince from Lake Maury. Is Vince here?
He was here. I don't see him right now.
Okay, let's move on. Is Michael Pierce here from Lake Parker Association?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Bob Boyes from Lake Raponda.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, Bob Boyce with the Lake Raponda Association. I want to start with my frustration. I guess it's quite easy. It's a lack of state resources. They just aren't any bodies. But the good news is it seems like a great deal of Vermont's protection program is run by an all-volunteer army, which I think this is the unit right here. We participated in the Lakewise program. This year we reached gold status. We have a little over 20% of our property owners that have been awarded Lakewise awards. Our greeter program, we're in our 7th year of our greeter program. This year we had enough funding from the state, the town of Wilmington, using their 1% hotel and restaurant tax, and the LRA, which is the money arm of the association, to cover 5 days total paid greeter time, and the association made up the other 2 days with volunteers. We have a very active environmental group. We had a variety of social meetings all year. We had a septic social, which I was told is no longer septic. It's called the wastewater treatment social. So anybody, you can take that with you if you want. We've also had a native plant and pollinators social hour, and we had a terrestrial invasive plant talk, and also a loom talk. We completed our VFD survey. We've just rounding up our lake monitoring program, and we did cyanobacteria monitoring program this year, even though we found none. That's about it.
Great. Thank you, Bob. Jeremy from Lake St. Catherine Association.
Hey, everybody. Jeremy Jones, representing the Lake St. Catherine Association. For us this year, for AAS prevention and control, we had our milfoil control program with DASH and spot treatments and volunteer cleanup and education, and that all went really well. We've had our greeter program, which went really well this year as well. We've had one VIP paddle so far. We are planning one more towards the end of September. And we're awaiting a decision on our new Purcell Accord permit, which we submitted in March. For water quality improvement projects, we're in our 6th year of Lakewise, and we've had 26 awards so far, and it sounds like we're going to have a couple this year, which is great. We've been working on stormwater master plan projects, including receiving a grant from Lake Champlain Basin Program to design 10 to 12 projects that we had a public meeting about, and selected those projects to be designed. And we're wrapping up field work for our Lake Watershed Action Plan with investigating our wetlands and our roads and our forest blocks in lake and everything. We're wrapping that up to get that report complete. And just I think Kelly's not here anymore, but thank you to Kelly Merrill for coming out to the lake a few weeks ago. We took a deep sediment sample from the deepest part of our lake to do some dating and diatom testing. So we're awaiting the results for that. We've been doing a lot of educational things, including constant updates to our website and Facebook pages, our newsletters. And we had 4 seasonal events for our Libraries Love Lakes program that was also funded by Lake Champlain Basin Program. We had 4 seasonally themed events. We're going to create a mascot for Lake St. Catherine as part of that. And we're also in the process of building a working watershed model of the lake, which will hopefully be unveiled next month at the last event. And then finally, really excited, Lake St. Catherine for the first time had a baby loon nest. We had a nesting pair that tried to make a nest last year, didn't really succeed, but then had a successful chick that's thriving on the lake this year. That's really exciting for the lake community. And just a thank you to the DEC, our partners at Pulteney Meadowy Natural Resources Conservation District, Castleton University, and thank you to FOVLAT. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeremy. Robin from Lake St. Catherine Conservation Fund.
I don't think she's here anymore.
Okay. Jennifer Hopkins from Memphremagog Watershed Association.
Okay, I think I've turned everything on, so if you can hear me.
Yep. loud and
Jennifer
clear.
Hopkins, and I'm from Lake Memphremagog and work with Memphremagog Watershed Association. Watershed Association represents or encompasses a number of various lakes works with our various partners on development and implementation of projects that focus mainly on upper stream riparian work, stormwater projects, and developing numerous LWAPs, which we've just done a number and are still in process with at least 2 of them. Additionally, we help about 9 local lakes with their AIS greeter and management programs. And we are working on trying to establish a Lake Memphremagog vector lake program to limit the AIS spread out of Memphremagog, which is one of the larger sources next to Champlain of, well, we have milfoil and we have zebra mussels. We run various local education programs and seminars, most recently on cyanobacteria. And I think I'll just end by saying we want to thank FOVLAP for their advocacy, the Lakes and Ponds for their support, and wish that we had more funding that we could put out for doing projects. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Jennifer. Is Rhonda Adams here from Miles Pond Campers Association?
I don't see her.
All right. Jean Marie Fitzgerald from Mount Holly Conservation Trust.
Yep, I'm here. Okay, our biggest challenge for Star Lake is that we're part of a wildlife management association, which is a wetland. So we cannot use any herbicide for that reason. And also we have a native lily that has taken over. And because it's native, we can't use any herbicide. We've hired Arrowwood to do an eco inventory of everything, and the report is due next, I think November. So once we get that done, we'll start on a management plan or watershed action plan, I think it's called. We have some ideas to the community is a very strong community, although we're very small. They want to keep Star Lake a recreational body of water. So, you know, we really are working towards getting more involvement from the community. And someone came up with the idea of a harvester, and I heard someone say it was creating a worse problem. So I'd like to find out more about that before we do it. Lakewise came and they did a great job with recommendations. We haven't been able to implement anything for the beach area yet, but I did it for myself on my property, which is on the water. And it looks fabulous. Thank you, Allison. It really has helped. I did have major flooding that took out a quarter of my garden. And so I turned it into a wetland meadow, and it looks fabulous now. That's about it. We our future is in doubt until we get that report and establish a plan of action for the future. That's it for us.
All right, thank you, Jean Marie. Jan Bristleton from Partners for Bay Restoration Association.
Yeah, Dave, I'm gonna speak for Jan regarding PBRA.
Okay.
To give you a brief review of Partners for Bay Restoration. This was a group of individuals up in North Hero, Vermont on Pilots Bay. And by the time the year 2000 came around, the milfoil had encompassed the entire bay. You could almost walk across from one side to the other. And this group began with converted pontoon boats to try to remove the milfoil from the bay. In 2010, we learned of some equipment that DEC had, which was a real mechanical weed harvester. They had another piece of equipment called a transporter, a truck, a trailer, and a conveyor. And through the town of North Hero, we were awarded a grant to then be allowed to use the equipment. Within a year or so, the neighboring bay, Cary Bay, would also be harvested. And then a few years later, there were 2 other areas in North Hero that are still currently harvested. One thing I would say about milfoil, these particular bays had milfoil everywhere. So the concern of spreading it, which is a concern when you cut milfoil with a harvester, really wasn't there for us. I mean, that was our only option. The size of these bays, just because of the size, there's no other really effective method in removing milfoil. Something interesting that has happened over the last decade or so is the milfoil is less. There's some other weeds that seem to be more prolific. And one of the things with Champlain, the issue with us is the depth of water. Lake Champlain, again, is experiencing several feet deeper than normal this time of year because of flooding in July. The deeper the water, the bays, the better the water quality. The other thing is winds. Winds are important on cleaning the bays. When the wind blows hard on the lake, the weeds are there, but they wind up on the shoreline. At least they're out of the water. So this marks our almost 25 years of harvesting. And at the moment, that still is our only real answer to deal with the milfoil. So.
Okay. Thank you, Jay. Martha Winston from Peachum Pond.
All right, I hope I'm coming on. Do you hear me, Dave?
Yes, I do.
Okay, great. Hi, I'm Martha Winston, and I am at Peachum Pond up in the Northeast Kingdom. And we the good things that are happening here are we have had 7 years of greeter program going on very successfully on the weekends and holidays. We've had about 3 years of Lakewise and VIP at our pond. And another good partnership that we have just set up was with the Caledonia County Natural Resource Conservation District, a wonderful director named Emily Finnegan. And she is helping us push through improvements for our boat ramp that are badly needed. She gathered funding and did an engineering design plan for us. And now working with Fish and Wildlife and Emily, she's also gotten a grant for the work. So she's really doing our work for us, but we love that. Now all we need is a contractor, and finding contractors up here with all the flooding has been very hard. So we couldn't find someone this summer. So we hope to do the work in the spring. Another positive is that FOVLAP supported us in making a great little thing called a door knocker. And so we were able to print and distribute door knockers to our community this summer, and people love them. And it's really a pretty simple project. I'd encourage you to look into it if you're looking for a good communication tool. It's been really great. But a concern was we have had a huge increase in aquatic plants, and I would assume most people have. I think it's the warm weather, the flooding, the increased phosphorus from the flooding, and our VIPs are going nuts. We had to call in the rapid response team of Olin and Kim because we thought we had brittle naiad, which turned out to be a native naiad, but it's growing like an invasive species in our pond. I'm not quite sure what we're going to do with it. It's everywhere. So that's a concern. We've really never had to worry about plants before, in aquatic plants on this level. And now I know how you feel about milfoil. Keeps you up at night. So even our naiad is keeping me up at night. And the other thing we're really working for is we have a wake sports zone at Peachum. No active wake boats. We have 2 here, but they don't use their wake. They don't put their ballast tanks in. But we're trying to still decide if we're going to do a petition or not. And we're having a really hard time finding this, with the community where we're a divided community, let's just say, and we're trying to really move through that and decide if we can move forward with the petition process or if we're going to have to be one of a very small group of lakes that has a wake sports zone in the coming years. So it's a big project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Martha. Peggy, are you still here from Seymour?
I am. So I will report for Seymour. It's hard to know what to tell you about first. I think I will start with the flooding impacts on the lake. Major state road that borders our lake and goes through a town had multiple washouts from those headwater streams that Kelly was talking about. Also, the water level rose more than a foot. So we had a lot of debris in the lake. Many properties are left with larger deltas than they formerly had, or new dark deltas, probably 6 to 8. Just one delta, 2 deltas I know of have embedded the dock that the people had in the lake. So much material came into the lake. We've also worked to implement the wake boat regulations. It has not been difficult because currently all of the wake boats on the lake belong to lakeshore residents, and people are very careful to not damage the lake using their watercraft. We've participated in an LWAP with Echo Lake. The collaboration has been wonderful over the last year and 3/4. It will be completed in December with the final report. Our partners, Memphremagog Watershed Association, the local conservation district, and Wood Stewardship Center, it's all been a very positive experience. 55 projects were identified in our watershed. Lake-wise, our first awards were in 2013, about 6 to 8 back then. We now have 65 lake-wise awarded properties on the lake. Our fish and wildlife access was created so many years ago that it was placed at the mouth of the largest tributary to the lake. This is an ongoing problem, which may not be quite as bad in the future, but the tributary deposits so much material in the lake that periodically it has to be dredged, or boats cannot enter or leave the lake. It is currently being dredged. It's a big project. And
you could wrap up, please, Peggy.
Okay, finally, 2 association members initiated a Library Loves Lakes program at our local library in Derby. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Peggy. Jennifer Andrews from Shadow Lake.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, FOBLEP, for providing a platform for this meeting to occur and keeping us all involved with what we know and love. Shadow Lake had some serious flooding, as most of the rest of us did, and it exacerbated the problems that were created in 2023 because our culverts and our drainages lead, of course, into Shadow, which created very large deltaic mounds, as the previous speaker had just spoken about. They have forever changed the shoreline at Shadow Lake. This flooding has also interfered with clarity and the pH in our lake. As we know, rules have changed in regards to historical drawdown for winter. And because the lake continues to stay high throughout the winter, there's been ice damage and push that goes on at our dam, and hence the dam has a leak, which has created a sinkhole that the town and the state is aware of, and that they are trying to repair. We've had a couple of sightings of cyanobacteria, which is unfortunate. A wonderful thing that happened this year or last year was that a loon raft was placed in the lake. And this year we had the first, to my knowledge, nest that appeared not in the raft, but on the shoreline. And Unfortunately, the 2 eggs that were laid were gotten to by predators, so we never had any hatchlings, but we're excited about future. We also have a collection tube for lead and monofilament at the boat wash. We continue with our diving surveys and for milfoil, and when they could see this summer, as the previous speaker has mentioned, they did go in to do their diving. We still have no milfoil. The greeter program did not see any wake boats this year, which we are grateful for. We are continuing our LWAP and pick away at the recommendations that were made to us. We continue to monitor lake quality, of course, with La Rosa and lay monitors. And I think Chrissy Kano is on this call. And Chrissy, if I have forgotten anything, please give a shout. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Jerry from South Pond.
Hi, I'm Jerry Bergdahl and represent South Pond and Eden. There are 2 South Ponds, but there's some things that I'd like to say, and like someone else said, I don't know what to say first, but I will say that milfoil is just 1 mile away in Lake Eden, which is a great concern. I've been the VIP for about 20 years since the program began, and so my eyes are constantly surveying all around the lake. And I also do cyanobacteria monitoring, and this year I have seen an uptick in the colonies of cyanobacteria called gliotrichia. And if anyone wants to talk to me about that, I think that Lake Champlain had their first bloom of gliotrichia that I've ever heard of, but I know New Hampshire lakes and Maine lakes are watching gliotrichia very carefully, because it is an unusual kind of cyanobacterium that you can actually see in the water, because it is a clump of them. And so I am watching that carefully. Our dam is really frustrating. The state is mandating that now we have our dams prepared for 1,000-year flooding. So that means we would get 26 inches of rain in 24 hours. So in doing that, even though we had a dam survey 19 years ago that's from the state, said that our dam would be good for 100 years, and our dam has nothing wrong with it, just a couple minor things. They are making us do that whole survey again. And we put out quite a few RFPs to get to civil engineering groups. And the one that came back the lowest was $135,000, which for a hydraulic, and then a risk survey beyond that. And for 40 landowners, all of whom belong to the association, this is a major task. I understand the need for dam safety, and I understand what they're doing, but this is a big ask for lake associations of any size. Let's see. Now, I want to say something that's really cool. Sometime in July, this little guy came up on his paddleboard to my shore and said, "Are you Jerry? I want to be the fishing manager of South Pond." He's 9 years old. He presented at our meeting, and there was a motion to make him the fishing manager. He has sent a survey to everyone. He's gotten a lot of surveys back. Most everyone has, and he is on a mission. He said he plans to count all the bass in the lake and different things like that. And this is just a wonderful development, because if we can get our youth involved, and that's another thing that I really wish. I wish that all of us in our association meetings could invite our families to the meetings so that they get to know the people there, and then we can do even more for lake preservation. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Let's see, is Andy here? Anyone else from Sunrise, Sunset Lakes? Great.
Hi, greetings, everybody. We do have a new member of our association who's on, just signified by Ken's iPad, but that's Megan McCabe, so welcome her as well. but we are the Sunrise, Sunset, and Perch Pond Association down in beautiful Orwell and Benson, Vermont. Much of what I have to report on, I think I'm the youth movement of our group, by the way. But to let you know, we certainly saw a big increase. Candy liked that one. A big increase in our milfoil certainly came from the rains last year, and we've been doing SNUBA for the last few years. We're now into our 5th year of our permit, and we've sent out a survey. I'm one of the 3 people on Sunrise. That's where the issue is on Sunrise. From our permit and what we've sent out for our survey, people would like to see a subsequent treatment of Procelicor, which we did 4.5 years ago. And I think we're going to do that before our permit is up at the end of or in the middle of next summer. So that's where we're focusing there. But right now we've had SNUBA with the folks who are down at Lake St. Catherine. That's Beck Sinclair has done a tremendous job with us, but we've really had difficulty staying ahead of it this year. A great improvement is that there was a purchase of our Boy Scout camp, which went from ownership from the Scouts to outright Vermont, and they are absolutely environmentally committed to both Lake Sunrise and Sunset, which they own a significant amount of property, including the dam that is on Sunrise, and that is high on their priorities to be able to retrofit, because right now it's totally dysfunctional. The other project that we have going on, and we have a grant that we were successful with the Rutland Regional Planning Commission, the Vermont Department of Environmental Conservation, and Watershed Consulting, which has to do with Sunset Lake Road, which is a dirt road that anytime we have any weather event whatsoever, we have plumes of gravel that just wash into beautiful Sunset Lake and eventually into Sunrise as one lake feeds the other. And it's one of the cleanest lakes in the state, if not the cleanest, certainly one of the deepest. People come out here and dive all the time. It's quite remarkable. So we can see our clarity is getting more clouded in those areas. But we have 3 proposals in front of us in terms of how to eradicate that and change that for the better and maintain a safe environment and a commitment to those who generationally have used that area of the road for diving and for swimming and picnics and things of that nature. So that's going on, and we'll be reporting on that, I'm sure. But the sad news is
Andy,
that,
thanks.
yeah, right now I will. The sad news is that we lost a loon on Sunset this year by ingesting fish hooks and lead lures. And we have one very lonely loon that is left out there that cries most every night. That's my report.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Let's see, is there anyone here from
Lynn,
Barnard,
Lynn's-
Silver Lake, or Burr Pond?
No.
All right, is Holly Bull here from Echo Lake Protective
No, Holly left.
Association?
Holly left.
Okay, I'm just gonna go through these quickly then.
Lynn-
Fairfield Pond,
Lynn is
Jones
here
Pond.
from Bombazine, is gonna report from Lake Bombazine, environmental.
Yeah, yep, she's coming up on the list.
Okay, sorry.
Let's see. Lake Beebe, Lake Rescue, Salem Lakes, Tickle Naked Pond, Tinmouth Pond.
I'm here from Tinmouth
Bruce
Pond.
from Westmore.
Yeah, wait,
Association.
Dave, wait.
Ah,
There's-
okay.
Jerry is here from Tinmouth.
Yep.
I just want to report, we did
Go
3
ahead,
weeks
Jerry.
of, we did 3 weeks of milfoil harvesting here. And the company we hired said that what they harvested last year, that there was very little growth. So we are actually getting ahead. We had Lakewise come for the first time last year, and then they came back this year. They evaluated 15 properties and we got 6 awards. So we're very happy about that. And we do lay monitoring here. That's it.
Thank you, Jerry. All right, Bruce, if you're still here from Westmore Association.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Dave. I'd like to start by Bruce Tanner, Westmore Association. I want to extend our sincere apologies to Misha and the two Lauras as we've just increased their workload by submitting our petition to have wake sports prohibited on Willoughby Lake. This was generating the petition was pretty much an all-consuming project this summer. So our attention to the lake-wise, or rather the LWAP program that we are in. We've received our final report this spring. It's been put on the back burner because of this petition. But now that the petition is in, we will be refocusing our attention to the more than 70 projects identified in the final report, many of which have already been addressed, but I'm not sure exactly the total number at this time. I would like to mention that at one of our numerous community and select board meetings leading up to our petition, one of our boat greeters commented that this particular summer, in the past 2 weeks, she had seen about 16 wake boats coming in from our neighbors to the north, Quebec. And this was of great concern because we do know that there's zebra mussels in the northern end of Memphremagog. And so this came as quite a bit of a shock to many people, and we'll be looking further into that. Also, a year or so ago, I found online plans for what they call a zebra trap or sampler. I created 10 of them and we handed them out around the lake. This summer noted some microscopic adherence to the sampler, and one of them looked like veligers to mussels. But hard to tell whether it's a zebra mussel veliger or one of our native mussel veligers. So some training is going to be needed in sort of microbiology, I guess, in monitoring our traps. But I guess that's about it.
Okay, thank you, Bruce. Let's see, moving to the end of the list, let's see, Woodbury Lake Association. Any representative from them? Woodford Lake Association. And then Lake Bomoseen Environmental Alliance, Melinda.
Hi. Am I unmuted?
Yes,
Can you
you're
hear
fine.
me?
We can hear
Yes.
you.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
good. We have been in existence for just about a year. Our intent was, knowing that we are the largest inland lake in the state, that there was plenty of work to be done for more than one lake association. Our focus has been primarily environmental and lake protection. We hosted a very successful first annual meeting that was open to the public, at which we had 4 speakers on various topics. We will look forward to being considered stakeholders in the LWAP that's going to be developed for Lake Bomoseen. One of the things we feel best about having accomplished was partnering with La Rosa and Poultney Meadowy on water sampling of 14 tributaries around the lake for phosphorus, nitrogen, and chloride. We'll be looking forward to the results from those efforts. We also had a couple of people who did the training and have been doing cyanobacteria monitoring. Fortunately, that has not been a problem here on Bomoseen. We did upgraded signage, worked on upgrading the signage at the boat launches, also set out collection boxes for, I guess it's the lead or lures, or I'm not a fisher person. We have board members who've taken additional training through the DEC on lake-wise, how to go out and evaluate people's property if they would like that done. We also have had people doing plant identification training and look forward to more of that. One of the real mysteries, which was alluded to by another speaker, is that our Eurasian water milfoil seems to have really declined this year and is reported to be very light, and nobody knows why. We don't know whether it is because there hasn't been large-scale mechanical harvesting this past couple of years, or whether because there was large scale mechanical harvesting for the 3 previous years, it's a big mystery, and it just shows that there's a lot that we still don't understand about invasive species and what to do about them. So we have probably about 200 members, and we look forward to having another public meeting in the fall. And feel like we're off to a good start and accomplished a lot in a year. Thanks.
Thank you, Melinda. And that wraps it up.
Okay, well, that's amazing. Does anybody have any comments or questions? There's a lot of information. Lots of people are active, doing a lot of things. I did make a few notes, so I'll send some information to a couple of people, but certainly if you want information, you got some questions that have come up, you can send us those questions and we'll try to connect you or get you the information. I want to thank everybody. I want to thank Dave particularly for helping to put this together. I want to thank, of course, our speakers earlier, and thank all of you who worked so very hard and so passionately to protect Vermont's lakes. It's amazing how much time and energy all of you as volunteers put into this lake protection. So thank you very much. I won't keep you. We're past the time we said we were going to adjourn. So unless there's any further, Candy, did you have something to say? You're waving.
Yeah, I can't let this go without saying I have no idea why Pat has opted in for 3 more years, but I don't know that if people. I don't know if people understand how hard she works, and she is indefatigable. So thank you, Pat.
Thank you. Thanks, Candy.
Yeah.
Candy, was that 3 years or 30 years?
I don't know. You may be right. Maybe it's 30.
I think so. They misspoke. But,
No, you know what? We have a fabulous board. Thank you to, the FAVLAP board has been great. And, everybody works so hard. The officers, particularly Jackie, Jerry, Dave, and so many members that are, still here, Jeremy, Jan, Kent, I don't know who else is still here, but all of the board members, everybody's working hard, and all of you guys. So again, thank you, and thank you, Candy. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.